Morning, ladies and gentlemen. Morning, colleagues. We will begin our program. We are slightly behind time. My name is T. Mulokwani. I'm not traveling alone or driving the session alone. I'm here with Dr. T. Muringa. We shall be chairing this session of the plenary. And we will begin by just taking you through the items in the plenary session. For now, Dr. Muringa.
All right, thank you so much, and welcome to the first day of the conference. I hope everybody is excited to be here. Right, so I'll just run through. I mean, you are familiar with the conference booklet that we already have, but for the interest of everybody, we're just going to run through what the day is going to look like, and also some few housekeeping issues that I'm going to take you through. So first and foremost, I think we've not doing so well with time, but we managed to squeeze everything so that it can realign with the plans of the day. So the first thing that is going to happen is that we will hear an opening and welcome from Prof. MP Sebola, who is the conference chair. After that, we have a welcome address from Walter Sisulu, and Prof. Nganya will come and give us and assist us with that, and also introduce the guest speaker, will be Ayanda, GPL member. Then we have the guest speech. Then we have a conference group photo and tea break. So please, I beg you, don't run away from the group photo. All right, it's very important to have that. We have bathrooms on the left. If you go out, then you can see the sign at the back. It takes you right to this to the left. You go down, you'll find your bathrooms there. And also there is a coffee desk outside where you can have or grab a cup of coffee there. All right. So without further ado,
Yeah, thanks, Dr. Muringa. And this is the 10th annual IPADA Conference. It's a journey that we should all cherish. Both the old and the newly arrived attendees or participants to the conference. Take the opportunity to network. Make sure that you don't leave this conference without getting, exchanging contacts. We are academics. This is where you see others who you engage for external examination, external moderation. So take that opportunity. And perhaps just look to your neighbor here and say hi. Right. So that's a good starting point. That's a good starting point. Right. Call Prof. Sebola.
all right, thank you so much. I see that, yes, very important to network. I see that the mood is lightening up, and this is actually what we expected. We expect and to create great networks. Yes. So without further ado, I'm going to invite to the podium Prof. Sebola so that he can give us some more opening and welcome. Prof. Sebola.
Good morning, colleagues. My name is Mokoko Sebola, and I am the current chairperson of the International Conference on Public Administration and Development Alternatives. And for many people, I am standing before you for the 10th year. And I am not going to tell you why. But like all those other years, I am happy to stand before you today, but not as a person who should welcome you per se, but regard me as a soul that is happy to celebrate 10th year of the International Conference on Public Administration and Development Alternatives. As you celebrate today, I'm happy to announce that for the very first time in the history of this academic association, we have close to 30 institutions that are celebrating this year with us. And this 30 institutions composed of South African universities, public institutions, private universities, and regional universities. And I think that is worth celebrating, and that is worth clapping hands for. Colleagues, I know it is practically impossible for me to touch you one by one. But before I welcome you, let me first start by introducing to you how this train started 9 years ago. I think may board members come to the fore. Board members, may you come to the stage. Board members, may they come to the stage. The stage is this one. Hey, I am surprised, you know. May board members come to the fore. You know, the problem with the board membership is that if you don't tell them that you will call them, they don't put on formal clothes. So colleagues, this is the train that has been moving for 9 years. And then I want you to know that for all these 9 years, this academic association will not have been moving or being successful without them. And each of them have a history of coming into this association. Maybe I should start by Dr. Svaki on the left. Don't mind the suit. He's an executive. He's a dean at Central University of Technology. He always wears a suit when he goes to work. But this place is not a workplace. Dr. B.K. Sivake, I think I met him sometimes when I was working for Pretoria Technicon at Polokwane. And then he was working with student development. And then he was not really working with student development as such. He was an assistant to a person who was working with the student development, one P.J. Ramawa. And then I get to know him and know him and know him and know him while he was still holding a BTech degree. And then he started thinking about MTech. And then we talk about research a lot. And then that ultimately made him the Dr. Svake that he is today. So when this association started, he was the first person to be its member. And that's how we met. In a very small office in Polokwane, then we ended up working later for 9 years in this academic association. Professor Svake, thank you very much for being part of this. Not a passenger of the train, but a train itself. Ki ratile Budilenyane, Dr. Kiratile Budilenyane. I don't know what's going on with people from Botswana. I think when we started, they just came in. I don't know how she came. But when we started, we were inaugurating this association in 2016. I know him, herself and one Professor Dick Polo from Botswana. They were the first people to arrive, bothering me to go and pick them up at Gateway International Airport, and me being, they were all at the back seat, and I was driving them as if I am an Uber. But it's fine. But that's how we started, and from there on, then many years later, we are pursuing this academic scholarship together. This one is from Kwandebele. I do not really know him, but I started knowing him through Professor Malika. And then he said, Mfanaka is ready to work with you. And then there is Skosana, young and energetic. And then Skosana, you are welcomed, and thank you very much for the contribution. I think people are seeing you, and they are taking you serious. Dr. Kutu Ramlube, one of those people that I have always put my signature on while at the University of Limpopo. So I have signed everything for him. And then now, even when he was introduced to me as Dr. Ramlube, I said, I have never seen you before. But they said, no, you signed. And then, Dr. Ramlube, thank you very much. I guess my signature was very important. From Maleji to Cape Town is a long journey. Thank you. Dr. T.K. Mulokwane, there is this professor from Northwest University just called me and said, hey, Sebola, there is my student, TK. Was it TK? He was not seeing TK. Said, Tekiso Mlokwane, please welcome him to your conference. And from there on, the journey started with Professor Mlokwane, even taking IPADA to Botswana in 2017. And today, that journey has never started. The train has been moving, and that is the 10th year. Professor Mlokwane, thank you very much for that contribution. And we hope and we wish to work well even going forward. There is the lady there whose name I don't really know, but her name is Angelina Mamabulo. She is the engine. She is the engine. For it's more than 10 years that she has been the engine, because we have been working on other academic conferences before. And whatever she has touched, it has always turned into something better. And I'm just afraid to say gold, but it has been better. She's very good in making things happen when you work with her. So often we differ a lot and we fight a lot. And sometimes, women do not understand. In my language, they say, "Homo ulwacha shakalete." So, but women always take it personal when you don't agree with them on other things. Sometimes they cry, but she cries and dries right up. So, thank you, Angie, for your contribution into this academic association, and we are very proud of your work, and I think everyone is proud of your work. Board members, you can sit down. Colleagues, We started a bit by bit, and starting with 120 abstracts in 2016, going to 200 other years, experiencing problems in 2020, going to 100 and something, and then having to pick up again after 2020 to 200 and something. So this year when we arranged, everyone knows that IPADA ran for 3 days. Everyone knows that. We ran for 3 days based on what we know as papers that are presented at our conference. So this year, as we said no, because it's our celebratory year, let us add the 4th day, so that the first day will be the day to celebrate, dance, have wines, but then there were problems that after we have sent a call out, we got 100% of submissions than we used to get. Then now our question was, what are we going to do from 200 to 427 submissions? Then we said no, then we are going to start, there's not going to be any celebration, of course. Then, because our business is mostly scholarship, then we say, okay, we'll continue with the business as usual, and then we'll see how to celebrate. So, but that's how it is. So, ultimately, I guess, as at today, 388 papers will be presented throughout the week. Because remember, what we do as IPADA is that we issue the first draft with 427, then we ask those that are not interested to withdraw. And then indeed about 40 withdraw their papers for various reasons that universities does not pay for them. Others are no longer coming because of bereavement and so on and so on. So now we are only left with 388 papers that will be presented throughout the week, which to us is a history that we have never made before. So colleagues, as our tradition, we always have to recognize everyone. I'm not going to recognize people in terms of preference, or in order of preference, but I'm going to recognize everyone who is here. Let me start first. It's not in order of preference or order of favor. Let me start by my alma mater university, the University of Limpopo. Can the University of Limpopo stand up? But I'm not seeing you all. I don't say Malatela because it's short, I can't see him. Prof. Malatela is around. Okay. The University of Limpopo, thank you very much for it's almost 10 years. This is the 10th year. We have never missed anyone from the University of Limpopo. Through turbulence or no turbulence, the University of Limpopo has always been part of the IPADA team. And thank you very much for that commitment. That's my alma mater university. Yes, that's the university that produced me and the university that I'm happy to be produced by. Thank you. Rosebank College, I know Rosebank College, they can't be here. They are the only college that we have given a special treatment, that they are themselves academics who wants to excel in research, but they have some problems. But I think Basipamire is here. Dr. Basipamire, thank you. Yes, I know there are others that are going to present online for a variety of reasons that is known between us as a secret. Yes. The University of 48, can you stand up on your good legs? Professor Matiriza and those that I don't know. Professor Machilisa and Professor Mesindoro, should we say Zimbabwe or 40? 40, okay, thank you. Malawi National School of Government. Malawi National School of Government. No, Malawi National School of Government. Okay. Stadio, have they arrived yet? Stadio? I don't think they have arrived yet. Okay, the University of Botswana. Tabosile again, group. What is Tabosile? Okay, the University of Botswana, thank you very much. It's almost the 10th year that University of Botswana has never missed any year for the IPADA Conference. University of South Africa. I know the University of South Africa is not it all. Thank you very much, colleagues. University of South Africa has always been what we call the neck of IPADA. They are always number 2. They are never number 1 or number 3, but they are always number 2. So they are the neck of IPADA. Yes, when the University of Limpopo was the head, they were the neck. And then there's another university that has emerged as a head, and they are still a neck. They don't want to go up. But that's not a problem. University of KwaZulu-Natal. University of KwaZulu-Natal. Thank you, colleagues, for honoring this invitation to celebrate with us. University of Zululand. Oh, thank you very much, madam. But there is another guy I don't see there. Is this side? Okay, okay. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Muro. Okay. Tshwane University of Technology. Tshwane University of Technology, they have never missed any year to celebrate with us. Okay, I'm going to skip this other one for strategic reason. The problem is that sometimes I skip and then I forgot, and then later I'm not able to correct that. The University of Free State. Professor Frelet and Les, thank you very much for honoring our invitation to celebrate with us our 10th annual. Nelson Mandela. Thank you. Northwest University. Thank you, Northwest. University of Johannesburg, I know Professor Muriza, you are the only one who's here. The other ones are still coming. Hey, even you. I was not away. Dikeledi Mawai, thank you very much. I forgot you. Okay. Mawai, I always pronounce your name wrong because where I come from, there are Mawai than Mawai. The Gauteng legislature accept their head. Can they stand up so that UNISA can see that there is another neck emerging? Thank you very much, colleagues, for honoring our invitation. Durban University of Technology. Thank you. University of the Western Cape. University of the Western Cape. Hey, you must remember we are online. And if you told your people that you are coming to IPADA and then they don't see you standing, you're going to invite problem. University of Mpumalanga, Dr. Yende and others. Where is Dr. Yen? Thank you very much. Sfako Makhato University, I'm not sure if they have arrived yet. Okay, Sfako Makhato, maybe they will come back late. Sol Plage Professor Ola Doi. Thank you. And then there are people from other office. They must stand up, but I'm not going to say which office. They just stand up. Yes. No, they just. Yes, Matloga and Matloga et al. Matloga. There? No, talking about Matloga and the other one, Matloga and group. They are coming from our office, my office, so that's why I just say they must stand up. Okay, Limpopo Economic Development, not yet, maybe they forgot to wake up. Limpopo Economic Development, Dr. Mdogwa and others, maybe they will come during the cross-border agency, Nzama, but what's that? Nzama Msebi and group. Where is he? Where is your colleague? Somewhere around. Okay. The National School of Government, can we welcome you officially? Then we also have colleagues from Municipal Infrastructure Support Agent, MISA. You are welcome. And the Limpopo Office of the Premier. Yes, that is my office of the Premier. But I'm not seeing the third one from Lamb. Oh, you have this side? Okay. That's the office that I have to behave because... where we come from? I come from Limpopo. You must guess that I come from Limpopo. So when I say Premier's office, I'm referring to Limpopo. That's Limpopo Premier's office. My Premier is here. And then the University of Malawi, Professor Zimbiri and group. Thank you very much, colleagues, from 2018 to date. The University of Malawi has never missed any IPADA conference event, and thank you very much for that. Let me now go to the last university. I know there are other universities that I have forgotten. Walter Sisulu University, which is also our host. Let them stand up. So that is IPADA itself, I guess. Walter Sisulu being our host, and we thank you very much for this good gesture of supporting the scholarship project. And we believe that it is not by mistake that Walter Sisulu is supporting this project. It is because they are getting to empower their young ones to understand scholarship. I think you might have looked at the faces of the Walter Sisulu. There are faces of the young ones, the middle ones, and their mentors. So, Walter Sisulu, thank you very much. I think it's not the first time that you have been supporting this project at this magnitude. Professor Nganya, I will not say, I have no words to say to you. You have to continue making that contribution to what's the advancement of knowledge production for the Walter Sisulu, and any other institution that you might get to after this. And I know where that strength comes from. And I think internally you know where that strength comes from, and you know where it comes from. And I'm not going to say anything more than that. And I would like to remind colleagues before I sit down that as IPADA, we remain a visioned organization that is committed to scholarship that is guided by moral values, that we will continue understanding our business to be deeply rooted in our desire to produce knowledge, to empower the youth, to empower the women, and to create academic networks among academics, to work with practitioners and all other people that are interested in creating knowledge during our lifetime. Professor Hlongwane, we can't welcome you. You are too late for tomorrow. I mean, too early for tomorrow, but it's not a problem. Ladies and gentlemen, let me say on behalf of IPADA and the IPADA board that we welcome you to the city of Cape Town, the city where everything started, where the administration of suits started, where we are wearing suits and talk about administration started in 1652. So, colleagues, you are welcome to the city of Cape Town. That's where our modern administration started. And let it continue and continue and continue, and let us engage in it until we get it correct. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Prof, for such a wonderful opening. And yes, welcome everybody to the conference. I think now we can start without any guilty, right? The chair has opened it up. So without wasting time, I'm going to call on the colleague from Professor Mwanya from the Walter Sisulu University so that they can give us the welcome address. Thank you so much, Prof.
Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, colleagues. Thank you. Can you please project my slides? I've got only one slide. So I don't have many. If you like, you can take a picture. I'm giving you that commission. Thank you. Colleagues, I don't want to be long. I just want to do, because it was said, a welcoming address. So you see that word address is the one that makes me have a slide, because I am addressing. So, Prof. Sibula, I decided to take your theme and put it in the middle there. That is Africa's future, sustainable, political, economy, and global space, to welcome you all. So my address is there. So the main word that I'm picking from the theme today is sustainability. Colleagues, when we are in this scholarly project, we need to be scholars who produce sustainable work, who research things that are sustainable. So, what do? All of us here presenting in this conference, we need to ask this question from our papers. what problem are we addressing? Because research is solving problems. So, even if you are a postgraduate student or a renowned researcher, please mention a problem to be solved. And if you don't know where to look about the problems you are solving, look at that slide. You will see, I'm not sure which one is right or left, but the ones that has got yellow and blue color there, it's the National Development Plan of South Africa 2030, Vision 2030. And check your paper that you're going to present in this conference. What problem is it addressing in the National Development Plan? I'm sure if it's going to be sustainable, it must come and address real South African problems. If you go to the slide on the far right, you'll see 17 Sustainable Development Goals, United Nations. Then you will see, I'm sure, if your problem is a problem that affects reality, it can be picked from one of the Sustainable Development Goals. If you go down the slide, the bottom, you see African Union Agenda 2063 goals. There are 20 of them, which needs us, scholars, to achieve, to solve those problems listed there. There are 20 of them. So when you have the slide, you are going to enlarge them. So when you mention a problem that you want to solve, at least it must address some of those things. It must come from one of those problems there. Then it is going to be relevant, because we need to solve relevant problems. And when you solve a problem, identify a solution to the problem. So your article must give us what solution is it there that is solving this problem. And if you're going to want to have sustainability, you must have innovative solutions. You must have relevant solutions. And your solutions must have an impact to the society. And in order to achieve this, don't work alone in your corner. Be multidisciplinary. A solution that is brought by people from different fields is more solving than a solution coming from me as an economist alone. And check if is there any potential that whatever you are doing can be commercialized and make money for you and the university. I'm an entrepreneur. I'm an entrepreneurship activist. Therefore, I always check for something that can be commercialized. I'm done with that slide. So, Prof. Sibula, I am welcoming colleagues in the IPADA 2025 10th celebration, saying that this conference has also built me as a person, because I met Prof. Sibula when I was working at the University of Limpopo, and he was my boss, my line manager. And I learned from this conference that you don't come alone. You come with your postgraduate students. You come with your colleagues. But, Prof, they say, give a woman something, you'll see how it is going to fly. So you have given me this duty at WSU, and look at what is happening now at WSU. Because at WSU, here, we have got all levels. We have got executive management of WSU. We have got the executive dean of the Faculty of Management of Public Administration and Management. We have got Professor Nguza. Can you say hi, Sisi, from your corner, Professor Nguza? Okay, thank you. We have got head of departments. Oh, Dr. Booker, where are they? No, Professor McKenna, deputies, I can't see them. That side, there they are. We have got professors that have come here. Where are the professors? My professors, Professor Ramakumba and others. They or Professor Diko or Professor Ramakumba, all the time they have started coming here. They have never stopped coming. One of the reasons, colleagues, then I have got lecturers, I have got PhD students, I've got master students, I've got honor students, I have got everybody coming here. I have also postdoctoral students coming here, the whole university. Let me tell you the trick, Prof, that makes everybody comes here. It's because of the quality of outputs that you produce for the conference. The quality of articles that go to journals. The quality of books. I'm not sure if you see that banner there. That banner has produced, that banner is a research niche area from our university. That research niche area has produced a book that was published by Battaglia Publishers under Prof. Sibula. So what I'm trying to say, there is a lot that the publishers and also the conference IPADA has done for our university. And that book is for our university and it has been subsidized by DHET. So let's clap hands for the scholarly output. So that is the reason our university is joining here and coming here, is because of the research outputs that are quality, that when we go to DHET and claim as a university, we get a lot of money, and the university said, if you say, Nganywa, let them go to Cape Town, let them go. So I want to encourage even other universities that it is doable, and you don't have to work alone. You have to share this, and then if you can go down to my last slide, you will see what it says. Thank you very much, colleagues. The next slide. It says you never know until you try it.
All right, thank you so much, Prof. This was an interesting one. One slide. I need to learn to do the one slide. Like today, we have one page a CV and you get a job. Right. Oh, this was interesting. Key things that emerged. Number one was the issue of collaboration. If you're not collaborating, you're competing. And when there is competition, there is not much that comes out instead of collaboration. So very, very important point from Prof, that take along everybody to the conference next year. Even your cats and dogs, they'll probably give them somewhere to hide. But bring everybody, your students, your postdocs, your staff, don't compete. And the issue of entrepreneurship, very important. I mean, when I was growing up, I told my parents I want to be a professor, and everybody was like, you want to die broke, right? You're not going to have money. And I appreciate Prof bringing up that, you know, you need to be entrepreneur. Right, look at beyond you generating a paper and celebrate that I published. Where is the money? I mean, you need to pay the bills. So let's inculcate entrepreneurship and the impact of what you're doing. Go to the society. I know, and I heard one day that when we went to collect data, the guys, they said, last year there were people who came to collect data and we didn't hear what came out of the data that you collected. Again, you are here the next year, this year again, you're asking us questions. So, you know, so without further ado, I'm going to call Ayanda Ali to introduce for us the guest speaker. Ayanda.
Thank you so much. Can I just say, Professor Nganywa, siyabulela kakhulu. Ayingoma professor. It's beautiful to see. I'm hoping by standing on this podium, because the two previous speakers were professors, now I'll catch it in the spirit of a professor. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Dumelang, Molweni, Sanbonani, Ralocha, Absheni, Dumajeroni, And because this is an international conference, let me say ojambo, komistash, bonjour, and hola. It is a privilege and an honor for me to introduce our guest speaker. We have, I think, each and every one of us been given this particular document that our program organizers have gone to great lengths to put together. And in there you can find the professional biography of the guest speaker. So I do not want to regurgitate what's already there, and I know we have academics in the room. They would have done their due diligence, and if not already, will do so this evening, and you'll be able to bring yourself up to speed with the caliber of individual that I'm about to introduce. So I do not want to go through what's already there and that you can also Google. Instead, I'm going to use the pragmatism as a research methodology to introduce our speaker. And we know that this dictates that every single bit of learning that we have must have practical application. I'm going to tell you about the practical application of the learnings of this man. As a leader who had no title when we first met, Bishop Dalton Adams was a spiritual leader and a guide at a small community radio station called Rainbow FM. This was a long time ago, and I won't reveal my age, but I can tell you with confidence that I was a little girl who looked at a man who took so many young people under his wing. I'm not the only one. Young boys, young girls, he showed us the way. He showed us that you can be a community leader and that the relevance of your faith must be to serve humanity. He taught us about good governance. He taught us about ethical leadership. And so, as fate would have it, decades after we first met, we converged and we met then at the Gauteng Provincial Legislature. And he was doing what he did many, many years ago, taking young people under his wing, showing us the way. And so when I landed in his room or in his space, I then said, how are you doing it as a single member of a political party? You have this great title now of being the chairperson of all chairpersons, chair of chairs. How are you doing it now, being a leader still in the community and in the church? And he gave us this practical guides and the practical steps. It shows us that you can be the change that you want to see. And as Prof has said, your learnings can make a real, meaningful, and tangible difference in society. And so, ladies and gentlemen, without wasting time, I'm going to read a short little excerpt that describes the man you're going to hear from today. Allow me to borrow from Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., who says, "We are now faced with the fact that tomorrow is today. We are confronted with the fierce urgency of now. And in this unfolding conundrum of life and history, there is such a thing as being too late. Now is not the time for apathy or complacency. This is the time for vigorous and positive action." And so a man of action, of integrity, of ethical leadership, and good governance, Bishop Dalton Adams. A round of applause, please.
The first feeling that I get is one of being humbled at such an introduction from the caliber of a leader, an up-and-coming leader in South Africa. You will hear much more about her. She has all the attributes that will set her on high. Thank you so much, Honorable Ayanda Ali. I honor you for that introduction. We didn't expect that because we thought that IPADA will allow somebody to introduce me. And then the Prof said, no, get one of your honorable members to do it. And as God would have it, Ayanda did it. Let's give her a hand, everybody. Thank you so much. Let me take this opportunity, Prof, to honor you and thank you for this opportunity to allow me to be the keynote speaker here today and the opening address at this auspicious occasion. The room is heavy. The room is very heavy in terms of the people that are here, the intellectuals that are here, the educators that are here, those who give of themselves to the youth and to the next generation of our different countries. Let me thank you, Prof. Mokoko and IPADA, the board and directors, and all the guests that are international guests that are here present today. So I looked at the number 10, congratulations on 10 years. Let's give God a hand for 10 years, everybody. So the number 10 signifies, I just wrote it down now, significant. It represents new beginnings. And let me encourage you as IPADA that you reinvent yourself. That we thank God for the 10 years that have passed. We honor God for how He built you, kept you, sustained you, and upheld you with His mighty right hand. But it is imperative that you look to become more creative, more innovative, that you reinvent yourself for the next 10 years. The number 10 also symbolizes good fortune. And Prof is right. I've been a strong propagator. And being a pastor, Prof, that pastors waste their time behind pulpits, and yet they have other gifts and talents that God has placed in them. And there are 7 mountains, and I chose to scale the political mountain because I looked at the story of Joseph, how he 27 years later, after his brothers wanted to kill him, God has a plan with everyone's life. God has a plan with your journey. And who knows where you're going to be in the next 10 years. And Joseph, 27 years later, he said, Jacob, his father said, there's bread in Egypt. Beloveds, let me help you today. Africa in particular. We must be conscious about creating bread. And I'm not talking bread to eat. I'm talking bread for economy. Everything we do must have built in how do we tap into the economy that has left us, as they call us, the breadbasket of the world. And I want to say the devil is a liar. Among all of you who are here today, significantly so. And lastly, I was a professional soccer player. I still play, by the way, at 63. Number 10 is the main jersey. And I used to wear the number 10 jersey, so I thought, let me throw that one in. I want to honor Dr. Anthony Molapane from the Gauteng Provincial Legislature. I think he's not here yet, he's on his way. He's the one that opened the door for the Gauteng Provincial Legislature to be here today, Prof. It is through his introduction of the legislature that we are here. Dr. Eugene Mpofu, is she here? She's probably also coming. And Maina Matlori also. But let me introduce officially the team that has come with me. These are honorable members that I honor very much. Honorable Sirota is with me today, one of our members in legislature. Give him a hand, everybody. Honorable Ngubeni is with me today, young man in the legislature. I'm not mentioning their parties. We are a multi-party delegation. Honorable Ayanda Ali Payne, Ayanda Ali, please, you are welcome. Honorable Nico Dayaga is with us today. And Honorable Andiswa is with us. This is our Education Portfolio Committee Chair. Yeah? Finance. So my staff is with me. I have the staff in Gauteng Provincial Legislature, Chair of Chair's office. Will they stand, please? They are here. Serena and Martha and Beatrice, they are with us. And then I also have my caucus staff. Did I see the caucus staff who are here? My own staff, they came. They are also here. I want to welcome them. Prof, allow me to say the following. It is both an honor and a deep sense of responsibility to stand before you at this year's International Conference of Public Administration and Development Alternatives, a gathering that continues to shape the discourse on governance, accountability, and Africa's place in the global political economy. When you spoke, Prof, something dawned upon me that the lack that we have, it's not something I have in my notes, but I need to say this, is the fact that we work in silos, especially government. Government has not moved in such a way that it draws from the likes of yourselves. We allow you to function in silos, and yet you have so much to offer in our countries, not only in the educational field, but the medical field. So we have these executives and departments, but we don't draw from the experts. And I would like to admonish all governments that we need to draw from the experts of our different institutions. I want to admonish and acknowledge that we cannot do it by ourselves as government. We need the expertise, your expertise. We need you to assist us. And that would automatically eliminate cadre deployment. It will eliminate how we, jobs for pals and nepotism. And we'll be able to draw from you who are able to lead us. We will be better governments if we allow you to help us and make us strong again. So I want to put that challenge to government here today. So as we reflect on the theme Africa's future sustainable political economy and the global space, I invite you to consider a critical but often understated dimension of democratic resilience, the role of legislative committees in overseeing executive power. And that is my main job in the Gauteng Provincial Legislature as Chair of Chairs, is to hold the feet to fire those executives. Because at the end of the day, you are taxpayers in your countries and you give money. And how the money is spent, and especially in Africa in particular, we find that the money is underspent, misspent, and not spent. And that is what actually brings about the lack of service delivery in communities. So in particular, the strategic leadership exercised by chairperson of committees, those who guide, coordinate, and often challenge the machinery of government in pursuit of transparency and service delivery. So in South Africa and across many African legislatures, this role is becoming increasingly complex. It is shaped by constitutional mandates, political dynamics, and the evolving expectations of our citizens. Today, I will introduce a discussion that interrogates this role, not only in theory, but in practice, and offers innovative perspectives on how we might strengthen oversight in ways that are both principled and pragmatic. Ladies and gentlemen, let us begin this journey together, one that reimagines oversight not as confrontation, but as a constructive force for democratic accountability. And we have found in the past that when oversight is not done, executives are left to do as they please. But I want to mention, and I must give credit here, that it's my second term in the legislature, I have found that even the party that ruled South Africa for a long time has now become more sort of holding their executives accountable. Where you don't leave the executive to do as they please, but you actually challenge them through the oversight mechanisms that we are supposed to do. So oversight is a cornerstone of democratic governance, ensuring that executive power is exercised transparently and accountable. In South Africa's constitutional democracy, legislative committees led by chairpersons are central to this function. The chairperson of committees in particular plays a strategic role in coordinating oversight efforts across the legislature. I said the other day in legislature, I said that money that's not spent must be seen as a criminal offense for every MEC. It can't be that we leave them if they have been given a budget and yet you don't spend it. And yet the needs of our people are not being met. So the IPADA 2025 theme, Africa's Future, Sustainable Political Economy and the Global Space, invites reflection on how African legislatures can strengthen governance amid global pressures and domestic challenges. This discussion explores the role of chairpersons of committees in navigating oversight within South Africa's hyper-political system where executive and legislative powers are fused. I challenge you today here from all your countries that you would hold your executives, your governments accountable, that you would leave this conference, not to allow them to continue to rule and govern as they please, but we must come to a place where we say to them, we have elected you into power. The money, the resources that are given to you is taxpayers' money, and we will hold you accountable for that. Now, this examines 4 key dimensions. 1, the constitutional institutional mandate of oversight, the leadership role of chairpersons of committees, the complex relationships between executives and legislative committees, challenges and innovations in executing oversight. Through this lens, the discussion offers recommendations of enhancing committee effectiveness, included data-driven tools, participatory models, and institutional reforms. Chairpersons of committees are not procedural actors. They are architects of accountability and democratic resilience. The constitutional institutional mandate of oversight. South Africa's constitution, particularly section 55, subsection 2, mandates the legislature to hold an executive accountable. Committees are the primary instruments for this empowerment to summon officials, scrutinize budgets, conduct hearings, and initiate investigations. Key committee types include standing committee, which is like SCOPA, for financial oversight, portfolio committees aligned with departments, select committees for cross-cutting issues. The chairperson of committees ensures strategic coordination across their bodies, while individual chairpersons guide agendas, deliberations, and stakeholder engagement. Their achievement depends on institutional support, political will, and technical capacity. As I skip some of these things, I think we will pick it up. The complex relationship between the executive and legislative committees. South Africa's fused system, where ministers are also legislators, listen carefully, creates dual accountability and role ambiguity. I want to repeat that one. South Africa's fused and maybe also the challenge that we have is that where ministers are also legislators, creates a dual accountability and role ambiguity. This complicates oversight, as committee members may hesitate to scrutinize colleagues or party leaders. And I believe that when we are voted into power, you don't represent only your party. You represent the people who voted you into power, whether they voted for you or not. This thing that politicians still wear the regalia in offices of power is a misnomer. The fact that they would continue to push the party line in legislatures and parliament and local government must stop. You are here to represent. They are there to represent the people and not their parties. The minute the election is done, your party regalia must cease to exist, because you have to represent all South Africans or all Malawans or all Zimbabweans, everyone from every country. So challenges include party discipline, suppressing dissent, executive dominance over information and timelines, and even limited enforcement powers for committees. Committees often face resource constraints and time pressures, weakening their ability to act as co-equal branches. Oversight risks becoming symbolic rather than substantive. So the relationship must be reimagined, not as adversarial, but as constructively tensioned. Oversight should improve governance, not obstruct it, and chairpersons are key to leading this shift. So challenges in executing oversight functions. Despite a strong constitutional mandate, legislative committees face persistent challenges that undermine the effectiveness of oversight. These challenges are both structural and operational, and they are disproportionately affect the capacity of chairpersons to lead impactful scrutiny. Even when committees make strong recommendations, implementation is inconsistent. Departments may ignore resolutions, and there's often no structured system to track compliance. As I draw to a slow close, as a pastor would say, and then they close 5 times. It is wrong in every shape or form that when executives are held accountable, they would take it personal and they would feel as an attack on their person. It's not an attack on their person. It is an attack on the work they are not doing what they are supposed to do. And that's why I want to conclude by saying to you, honorable members, let me say that. Your vote is the power that will bring about the change. We cannot continue to vote because of liberation histories. We cannot continue to vote because of allegiances. We cannot continue to vote because my great-grandmother and great-grandfather voted like that. Every one of us that vote must be clear that our vote must be decisive. It must alter and reshape governments going to the next centuries. If we don't and continue to allow these things to happen, our countries will continue to hemorrhage. I'm an eternal optimist. I'm very hopeful. I believe that South Africa will take the corner with the right leadership. The problem is leadership, not finances. The problem is leadership. It's not institutions. The problem is leadership. And if leadership like yourself emerge and rise, you'll be able to reshape the look and the feel of your countries for the next generations. So recommendations for enhancing oversight capacity would be: 1, public engagement is critically important. Governments that does not have public participation programs is ruling and governing in a way that they are not even taking into account the views and the input of the citizens. So legislatures must prioritize public engagement. You must be able to speak. Your voice must be heard. So in your institutions, in the universities, when there is meetings called stakeholders meetings, you are not present. You are not there to hold the feet to the fire. You sit in universities, you lecture, but yet you are not there to confront the politicians, to say to them that the way you are doing things is not right. When the education department in your areas, in your countries, in communities, when they have these meetings, where are you? You must be present to be able to ask them the hard questions. So public participation is critical. Monitoring and evaluation. You know, the biggest challenge we have in South Africa, and I have a few minutes left, is that we fought to bring down apartheid, and we succeeded. And after 1994, everybody else stood back. All the stakeholders, all the NGOs, all the FBOs, faith-based organizations, everybody that was fighting apartheid stood back and allowed the government to govern. That was our biggest mistake. 30 years later, we are eating the fruits of allowing them to do it by themselves. No government can do it by themselves. No government can do it by themselves. Don't leave them. Hold them accountable. Confront them. Engage them. Us. These reforms will empower chairpersons of committees to lead with authority, insight, and impact. In conclusion, chairpersons of committees occupy a strategic position in South Africa's democratic architecture. Their leadership determines whether oversight is ceremonial or consequential. And this is the biggest challenge we have in Africa, is what we call the mantra consequence management. That people can defraud, and we see that they have taken millions and billions of rand, but we still vote for them again. It can't be that we continue. Let the vicious cycle continue. The more we do that, the next generations will hold us accountable. And let me close. The Bible says, one generation shall praise the work of another generation. My question is, will the next generation castigate us? Crucify us? Will they praise us and thank us? Is the question that must be asked. I want to quicken your conscience to become participatory citizens. Don't live with lenses. Don't live in a way that you only look for your bread on your table, for your family and your future and your comfort. But everybody in this room must be able to say, I'm going to be an agent of change and a change agent. I'm going to make a difference. I'm going to leave this conference, Prof, to say that wherever I go, they will know an activist has risen. In this 10 years of IPADA, let IPADA deliver activism like this continent has never seen before. I thank you very much, everybody. Yeah, just now, Honorable Skosana, welcome to you. There's he. Just now I'm in trouble. You're welcome. Thank you so much.
All right, colleagues, thank you so much. Thank you so much for Honorable for a wonderful speech. Keynotes and key points emerged. I'm not going to take much of your time. We wanted to have a Q&A, but in the interest of time, we're not going to do that. Just to rebut on the issue, I think those are also the issues that we are also faced with. The problem is not structural, it is a leadership problem. Lack of leadership deficit, vision gaps, politicization of public government, and other things also. I think those are the key takeaways from your speech. and the aspect of consequent management, right? Those are some of the things that emerged. Without wasting much time, I'm going to invite Prof. Sebola to hand over the token of appreciation to our guest speaker. Prof, over to you.
I think we can invite the chair of chair to come the front. Firstly, we thank you for honoring our invite to be our guest, and I guess everyone enjoyed your guest speech. And then in the last 9 years, there are some bags that we do not give to everyone or all delegates. This is one of our very oldest bag. I think it's a 2018 one. We have kept it for gifts because one of the durable bag that we have, and therefore I think it's an honor for us as IPADA to give this bag of ourselves as a gift to you for honoring our invitation and providing a very good theological and political and a good guest speech. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Thank you. Its value is not declarable. I think we bought it for 79 rand. Thank you. It's declared.
Okay, colleagues, the next item in our program is the group photo. As you can see, there's quite a good number of us here. So I am going to request that we move in that orderly fashion, conscious of time, because as you see, the hotel is quite big. You wiggle around to get anywhere you want to go to. So we will go back towards the reception. There are elevators to your right and also stairs. So we are going to third floor. Third floor, there's a pool deck there. They have set us up there for a group photo. We will have a little bit of glimpse behind as a background of Table Mountain. Please, colleagues, ensure that you are there on time. We may never ever come back to this hotel again. As a matter of fact, IPADA has never repeated any location. In Joburg, it was there for 3 years. It was 3 different locations. The closest here that we came was Saldanha Bay in Stellenbosch. So ensure that you are there for this particular photo to keep it as a memory. And I believe that it will also go on the Facebook page for IPADA and the website once it goes up. So let us now move to the reception, take the elevator, third floor. Somebody will be leading you to the pool deck. Just follow the crowd. Thank you.
in fact, is just to conscientize the scholars around certain things. I think some of the colleagues have already highlighted some of the things which are very much important. The issue of the methodology, because central to the methodology is how you got your information and how you are going to impart that particular information. As academics, we tend to be very lazy in resorting to desktop. I am one of them because I'm very immobile where I work because of the environment. I wish Lindy and the others who have done the desktop to take it to the, let's go out by the veranda, the empirical veranda, and compare if we'll get the same results. The other issue is about the concept of decolonization. I was very intrigued by trying to think, as a man, what does become a woman? Is becoming a woman a desirable being? And can the decolonized, can it dislocate that? If it is dislocated, aren't we going to be caught in between the modernity and post-modernity? Thank you.
All right, I'll go to the last hand. So you started, you are closing it.
Thank you once again, Chair. I have questions for the three speakers, and at least the speaker who is also online, Ms. Siziwe. But I will start with one who presented on IPV, because I don't think you got a question. It's not going to be fair that you leave the stage without a question. Look, first question, it's what are the strengths of your study? And secondly, what are the weaknesses? Now, given the weaknesses of your study, what is it that you would do differently? That's the end of the question. What are the strengths of your study? What are the weaknesses? And given those weaknesses that you have identified in your study, what is it that you are going to do differently? And now, Siziwe, I hope you can hear me. All right. Yes. My question to you is, what are the specific interventions that you think are required to enhance women's representation in positions of leadership in municipalities? Especially those interventions that are different from those that were introduced before. Because we have heard in the past of various interventions that are required to enhance or to affirm women in positions of leadership. So what are the specific interventions that you have thought of or that we have identified in your study that we think are unique, that needs to be introduced now? Or that makes your study so important and relevant to the current circumstances in that particular context. So that's only one question for you. And then lastly, the speaker who presented on ethical leadership, the question is, were you looking at the issue of leadership from a Western perspective or from an African perspective, and why so? Because there are ethics from African perspective, which in some instances are contradictory to ethics from the Western perspective. So I want to understand the lens through which you looked at the issue of ethical leadership in governance or in municipalities. Thank you very much.
I'm just intrigued by the last question, you know. You're inviting battle of ideas from a different angle, which is good. Siziwe, or let me say, colleagues, you are going to respond to these questions as you do your closing remarks briefly. I'll start with Siziwe. I know there's a question that you were asked. Do that as you also do your closing remarks.
feeding, we can do and we do as women, then the main focus in empowering is empowering others. Sorry, what we do as women is empowering others, particularly we as women and marginalized groups. It's rare to see a woman leaving another woman crying. You have that feeling all the time that, oh, this is a woman. I don't know how to put it, but what is important is that in our days we need feminist leaders. We know that those feminist leaders often seek to address and transform traditional powers, so those structures of traditional powers. And then we also have we have that care and compassion, as I've said, that is value care and relational aspect of the leadership. So even the country can be led by a woman. Maybe if we can, if something can happen politically, everything is done political. As I've said, I took it from the municipal case. This is study. I do my research in my local municipality. So most leaders there are women, and I wanted to know how do they do that, because everyone acknowledges them. They do very well as they are women, but there's no point where you say that there's something lacking because that session is being led by a woman. Instead, they are perfect.
Thank you. Colleagues, some there were comments, some there were direct questions. Please, let me start with you. If there was no question, just to your closing.
Okay, I will re-emphasize on the issue around reconciliation and say that what I'm saying is to say that we do have Western epistemologies and Eurocentric worldview. I acknowledge that, I welcome that. However, it is now time to have an African epistemology and an African worldview. So how do we reconcile the two? I'm not erasing the other for one, but I'm saying that let us use these two worldview together so that they could have a more of a romantic relationship, not to argue one another. Because the West is saying this, we as Africans are saying this. So it is now time to allow women to have their own voices via their lived experiences. Because as you know, as an anthropologist, we have been studied before. We never had voices. So we have been studied from that lenses. So we are not erasing that lens, but we are in this modernity giving women the voice. The issue of becoming women comes from my PhD study that focuses on modernity, orthodoxy, and coexistence, the case of Bujali in South Africa. Bujali is female initiation. So again, even throughout the study, I was looking at what the Western overview did not look at, and that is the voices of women. Except that in today's society, I'm looking at the voices of women now, today, and the voices particularly of Burama Swaile, who are the female principals there. So I welcome all the comments and the inputs. Without saying anything much, thank you.
Okay. So I'll focus only on two limitations because I have a few. So I mentioned that the study was conducted only in region 2, 3, and 4 of Tshwane, which is one of the limitations of the study because the findings may not reflect the realities of IPV in other regions. And then the other limitation was that some women with very severe disabilities may have been unable to participate due to mobility and communication issues. So going forward, other measures may be put in place to include those women so that their experiences may also be highlighted. Okay. So in conclusion, even though intimate partner violence doesn't affect only women with disabilities, women with disabilities are often not heard or marginalized. So studies like this one will make their voices heard, and it will make, them feel included, and also open up revenues for them to get assistance when they are experiencing such violence from their partners. Thank you.
Indeed, women entrepreneurs can boost the economic development. However, thank you for the question and also for the comment. I've taken that into consideration.
Sweet and short, thank you.
I think the last question was clarity on the focus, whether it was on ethics internationally or nationally. I chose to focus on our South African good governance as well as ethical leadership. But I did note other countries that we can look into. I quoted Rwanda on the theoretical framework that is doing far much better than South African local government. I also quoted Canada, which is also doing far better than our municipalities or our local governments in South Africa. I would like to take this opportunity and thank all of you delegates for your input in our studies and your positive criticism. We have noted all of them, and we will try and work on what you guys felt that was important and we left out. This is a learning curve for us. Thank you so much.
Right, let's give them a round of applause. Thank you very much, colleagues, for really your indulgence. Sizeka online, thank you very much as well for your participation. Colleagues, I think our timing was correct, but as I said, it was interrupted, so we're living in a complex society. You can sit down. Thank you very much. There are two speakers that's supposed to be brought into the fourth. I'm just going to request them to take 10 minutes each, give us basics in the context of time, because now I'm standing between this session and lunch now, which was not my plan. And yes. Are you able to introduce yourself and so that we note, then you are able to do your presentation. Because we're concluding, if where possible, please, Ramo Neto. Okay, thank you very much. If possible, really, 10 minutes presentation, and you will then get questions quickly, and then we release you. Over to you. Yes, continue. Good afternoon. Yes, go ahead.
Take 15 minutes. Colleagues, I will call the second presenter, M. Ndumo. Ndumo, are you in the house? Yes. You may take to the podium so that you can start with your presentation. And when I show you this paper, it means you are left with a minute. Well, his time is exhausted, it's done, it's finished. Oh, okay. Noted. Please note that you'll be live, so please do not panic. Ms. Ndumo, did you get that? You will be live on our live platforms. Everywhere, the whole of South Africa will be watching you. So please do not panic and...
Chair.
Yes.
Okay.
We just wanted to inform you so that you say, why did you alert me? So you must know you'll be live.
Okay.
In a minute.
Okay.
So...
So may I get a signal of when to start? May I start now?
You may start, you're welcome.
Okay.
So long you are ready.
Okay, good afternoon. I'm Balenhle Sweetness Ndumo. I'm a PhD candidate at the University of KwaZulu-Natal. In line with the 15 minutes that has been allocated for presentation, I will zoom in terms of the focus. The focus of the study is to look at the interface between the political and the traditional governance in the implementation or in the realization of a developmental local governance. In particular, we zoom in into the land administration. we zoom in into the land use, we zoom in into the land governance. To what extent do we ensure a seamless governance between the traditional, in terms of the customary law and the constitution, legal provisions, in line with the SPLUMA? How do we ensure that we have a coordinated, sustainable, integrated approach? So the study is about that. So it's looking at how these two governance structures work together. So that's the table of content. Is it showing? I don't know what happened. Press down. It's not my lab. Oh, okay. Okay, the table of content, I'll present a problem statement, the research questions, aim and objectives, the methodology that have been used, the literature review, the finding, the discussion, and the contribution of the study to the body of knowledge. What is the problem statement? The problem statement is that there is a lack of recognition and incorporation of the traditional local community roles in the development and implementation of the municipal land use scheme. The question is that I may ask some of us that are from rural small towns, to what extent have you noticed a traditional leader participating in the municipal planning forums and have a say on the land rights and have a say on the land use development? Going on? Okay. What the study aims to do is also to look at the misalignment of the traditional local community roles and the Spatial Planning and Land Use Management Act in terms of enabling effective utilization of land, in terms of enabling sustainability and spatial referencing of the land at a local government sphere. We are going to look into that in line with the constitutional provisions of the customary land, the constitutional provisions of the customary laws, and how they will need to be infused in the local government space. The challenge at the moment, or the problem statement, is that there is a huge misalignment or disjuncture between the two. That's the existing problem. We are also going to look at the exclusion. In terms of SPLUMA, Section 23, and the appeals body that deals with the land development, I'll talk, and then just zoom into the slides because the main purpose is to share. What we have realized in the study is that SPLUMA, by its virtue, it takes away the land use rights, the rights of decision-making of the traditional authorities when it comes to development. They may only enter into a service level agreement. Now, the question that I would like to share with all of you is, to what extent then do we ensure the constitutional obligation of the spheres of government to observe and recognize the land rights or the customary laws that govern land development or land administration of the traditional communities? We seem to have a good constitution, but in terms of translating it to a local government sphere, I don't know, it's just diverting actually. So we'll also look at the municipal land development application and land use that do not take into consideration the powers and the functions of the traditional leaders pertinent to land administration, land development, and land use. The question is, what is the research question? What did the study aim to achieve? We needed to understand to what extent does the traditional land administration enhances the implementation of the Nongoma land use scheme. The focus of the study, or the locus and focus of the study, was the Nongoma local municipality. It was chosen because the King Majesty, Mrs. Zulu Zwelithini, resides there. So, and even the municipality is located within a traditional area of Usutu Traditional Council. It's predominantly rural. So the question, that's the research question. The sub-question is, what is the role of the traditional local community roles on land development and land governance? How does a local community role promote environmental sustainability and social resilience? How is the interface between the traditional local community roles and Section 19.2 of SPLUMA? Those were the research questions. What the study aims to achieve, we aim to determine the magnitude at which the traditional local community roles enhance the implementation of Unongoma Municipal Land Use Scheme. We also aim to determine the interface between the traditional and administrative governance in the implementation of municipal land use scheme, ascertain the processes used by Unongoma municipality in recognizing and implementing the traditional local community roles in the municipal planning processes, as well as scrutinize the role of traditional governance in land administration, land development, and land use. The methodology, the study is qualitative in nature. The data collection methods that we use a purposively sampling with the identified respondents. We use semi-structured interviews with the traditional councils within Unongoma jurisdiction, and as well as the officials working in the local municipality of Unongoma. We interviewed them. The data was analyzed using the thematic analysis and the presentation of findings. It's through narrative, diagrams, tables, and figures. Then what is the theoretical perspective? What has been researched by scholars on the subject matter? I'll just summarize. I'll share the paper if colleagues, delegates would like to look at it. The historical perspective that deals with the land administration in rural areas, they've realized that since time immemorial, the traditional authorities or the traditional leadership have been overlooked in terms of infusing their customary laws on land application. They will be told that you cannot allocate that particular site for residential use because as with Department of X, Y, and Z, we have identified this for this particular purpose. So now you realize the lack of communication between these two structures. You know, even though the Constitution recognized the existence of the traditional governance, but in terms of the funding, the powers, and the functions of the traditional governance in pursuing development within their areas of administration is very limited. So that's what this gentleman is saying, Alcock and Ohan Bay. What also has been determined through the studies that the Constitution does provide provisions for the recognition, the infusion of the traditional or customary laws. But when it comes to the gazetting, the promulgation of other laws, those rights, those constitutional provisions are not taken into consideration. Whose fault is that? I won't be able to answer that now. The studies that were also conducted by Pearson in 2024, they illustrate that the relationship between the traditional leadership and the political leadership is still a challenge in the post-apartheid. South Africa is still a challenge even now, where you find that the traditional leader and the ward councillors, they do not work hand in hand when it comes to the issues of land development. Yet the meetings of the traditional council, they sit on monthly basis and also on quarterly basis, but the participation of the ward committees in those traditional council meetings is not in existence. So what is the research gap? The literature gap that we have found is that even though the Systems Act, Section 16.1 of the Systems Act, it makes provision for the consultative processes that the municipality must engage the communities within their jurisdiction. But when it comes to the engagement and the involvement or the consultation or participation of the traditional leaders in the development of the municipal ward-based plan, in the rezoning, in the review of the spatial development framework, it's not happening. So the issue that the study aims to address in terms of a body of knowledge is that in the development of the municipal community-based plans or in the development of the municipal ward-based plans that forms the integrated development plan, which is the strategy as required by the Systems Act Section 25, they take into consideration the local community rules within that particular ward. And in that instance, we envisage bridging a gap or promoting the interface between these two structures, having a bottom-up approach in terms of development that would be responsive, that would be people-centered, and that would be coordinated. What are the findings? All the traditional councils, they do have the community rules. That's what we have found. And those rules, they guide development and land governance. However, those rules are not in line with the municipal land use scheme. That's the sad reality. And then we ask ourselves, to what extent do we ensure that the Section 81 of the Municipal Structures Act that states that, or that recommends the participation of the traditional leaders at the municipal council sittings, to what extent do we ensure that that has a positive effect or significant value when it comes to a coordinated and sustainable development? Those are the questions that I would like to share with the delegates. So we do also determine that there is in Nkosi, Mnongoma has 3 traditional councils or 3 traditional leaderships, which is Usutu, where the local municipality is located, Mandlakazi, as well as Matin. It's only 3. So we don't have a township in Nongoma, it's only those 3. Yet we do have local community rules that deals with to what extent do you pay the, I don't know what to say it in English, Professor, but there is a Valelisa fee when you move, when you relocate from that particular traditional area, there is a certain amount of money that you must pay. You know, to what extent the magnitude at which you can, as a woman, mourn for your husband, you know, those things, get weddings, do certain ceremonies, do developmental functions on a particular piece of land. Those local community rules, they are like a constitution for that particular traditional council. Now, the question is, when the municipality and the mayor conduct the IDP budget roadshows, that deals with the needs at a ward-based level, at a traditional area which is within the ward jurisdiction, take into consideration those constitutional documents that govern or that guides the existence and functionality of the traditional council in the development of the municipal strategic plan and also in the allocation of budgets as per the Systems Act, that's the Finance Management Act, that says the municipal mayor, before they approve, the municipal council, before they approve the budget, it must be informed by the needs of the community. It must be in line with the developmental agenda of all the community members within that particular space. That is not being taken into consideration in this particular aspect of land use. Okay, that's what we found. The traditional councils within Unongoma, it's 3 of them. It's the Usutu, the green one is Usutu, where the local municipal offices are situated. The blue and the, what is this other color? Turquoise, thanks. I'm not good at colors. It illustrates the 3 traditional councils within Unongoma jurisdiction. No township. But still a huge disjuncture. 1 minute, okay, I'm about to finish. The traditional councils, they do function. Those are the number of traditional councils and the frequency of meetings, monthly and quarterly. Discussions, the memorial IDPs, budget roadshows, they need to incorporate the traditional local community rules. That's one issue. They need to develop, we are recommending, they need to develop a standard operating procedure to guide the implementation of Section 19.2 of the Spluma Inland Administration by the traditional councils. That's what we are recommending. What is the contribution of the study? The study recommends that the incorporation of traditional local community roles in the development and implementation of the municipal ward-based plans as a means of promoting a holistic approach in the land use, planning, and development at a local government sphere. What are we concluding? We are concluding that there's a poor collaborative approach between the traditional political and administrative governance in the matters pertinent to land use. We are saying there's a misalignment of legislative framework, the functionality of the legislative frameworks pertinent to land administration, customary laws, and development. We are saying the exclusion of the traditional councils in the municipal planning tribunal that deals with the development application within a traditional area, they exacerbate the tensions between, regarding land use, land development, administration at a local government sphere. With that being said, Professor, the question that I would like to close with is then, having determined these particular challenges, the issue is, are we as the South African government on the right track when it comes to ensuring a developmental state, when it comes to ensuring we bridge the gap between the rural and the urban divide? Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you very much, Ms. Ndumo, for that wonderful presentation. Colleagues, we have heard the speaker, and I believe we have questions that we would like to ask. And this is the time for us to engage the speaker. Any question? I see first hand here, second hand, third hand. I will start from this end, and then number 2, and then number 3.
Thank you, Chairperson. Well done to your presentation. That was well presented. I just want to make some few comments. Maybe it may help to improve your paper. The first thing, we start with the title. Okay. The title of the study. I feel like it's too long, and the title is capturing too many things, right? If you can go back to the title just to illustrate to you what I mean.
I get it. What you have indicated, I do get it.
Okay.
But I would really need to work on it.
Yeah,
Yes.
okay. So I wanted you to propose that you remove certain things which I feel the paper does not deal with. They are there in the title. That's the first comment. The other comment, the problem statement, I also feel like it's not systematic, right? What do I mean by that? If A leads to B and then B leads to C. So the problem you are discussing is a real life problem, right? Yes. So when you are describing the problem, it needs to have real life statements in the problem statement rather than sentences, so to speak. Like, for example, the examples you are giving us about the traditional situation, maybe those will be good candidates for problem statement, right? Yeah, that's on the problem statement. And then the other, which is the final one, Prof, methodology. You don't indicate how many officials in the local municipality you have interviewed or you intend to interview. I've seen somewhere you speak about the traditional council members that I think, I can't remember the number. The number is there, but for the officials, just clarify how many. Okay. And for example, how did you select them? We need to know how did you select them so that you justify the reason why those ones specifically. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Moving on, this will be your second question. We got a lot of questions and comments there, but second.
Okay, thank you for the nice presentation, well presented. In your presentation, you talked about misalignment in traditional leaders and municipal government. So my question to you is, what mechanism could strengthen collaboration between traditional leaders and municipal government in land governance?
Okay, what I think will need to be done is, okay.
One more question from the floor. We'll give you the platform.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you very much, Program Director. What a wonderful presentation, Madam. I thought you were Ngizam Mchunu's 4th or 5th wife. you know, it's just a comment, ma'am, because fortunately I'm also from KZN, and there are case laws regarding, for instance, Ingonyama Trust,
Board.
which the Constitutional Court concluded it as invalid or illegal.
Yes.
Then I'll be glad when you are revising your article, you also incorporate that. Because once you talk about land use, because they will claim that is under a certain percentage, I think more than 60% is under traditional areas. Whereas we have the constitutional decision to say the Ingonyama Trust is invalid, is illegal. So those properties, that land belong to government. There's not even a single king or a chief that can claim to any South African land, number one. Number two, another fortunate thing, I've worked within a municipality where there were traditional leaders. Within a municipality, for instance, as your case study is a municipality, they serve in council, those traditional leaders, but they don't have any power. If you read those acts, they don't have any power, any decision-making power. They are there to observe. So that also, all these Municipal Systems Act, MFMA, Structures Act, even the Constitution, is not, whatever activities they are doing, they are in contrary to those prescripts. So all those things, I'll be glad if you can consider them, because we'll find one municipal council or within a tribal area with a chief, there are 4 or 5 municipal councillors who are there with wards. So you'll find, there's this divide now that these municipal councillors, they have more right, they have rights. Traditional leaders, they don't have right, zero right, as per the Constitution and other prescripts. So I'll be glad in that article to incorporate those things, that we are paying tax to these people, whereas they don't have job description, their roles and responsibilities are not articulated, are not stipulated in any legislation.
Yes, exactly.
I don't you get me?
I do get it.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Ndumo. I think now the stage is yours to respond to some of the questions or acknowledge some of the comments.
Yes, thank you so much, Professor. I would like to thank a gentleman over there for the constructive remarks. Thank you so much. I will take it into consideration. And I would also like to highlight to the lady at the back that one of the key interventions that we have identified is to develop a standard operating procedure that will enforce the functionality and compliance of Section 81. Because as the gentleman has indicated on my far left, is that the traditional leaders, they do participate in municipal councils, but they participate as observers, and now you participate as an observer with a zero budget allocation. So you're only there to serve a tick box exercise. Similar applies to the integrated development plan reviews. The traditional councils are only given thick IDP documents with no one to explain to them how or what role they can play to enforce the legislative requirements within their ambit. No one is doing that. So it then boils down to what extent do we ensure that we have systems and processes that enforce the realization of the law. That's what we have identified. And on the gentleman on the far left, what he's shared with us is very true. The Ingonyama Trust Board issues the PTOs, the permission to occupy, and the monies that are paid to the PTOs, they are not accounted for. We did a study in terms of the Royal Bafokeng Some of you are aware of the Royal Bafokeng and how wealthy they are and the subsidies they get from the government. And we then ask ourselves, to what extent then does the Ingonyama Trust Board enable the KwaZulu-Natal traditional sphere to be at that particular level? And we realized that there was once a requirement from the state to say, share with us your expenditure trends, share with us your balance sheets, your accounts, your financial reporting. And there was zero reporting from the ITB. When I say ITB, I mean Ingonyama Trust Board. That's one of the issues that has led the dysfunctionality or the unconstitutionality of Ingonyama Trust Board functions. That's one issue. The issue that also the gentleman has raised is that the Amakosi or the traditional authorities, they do participate in municipal councils, but they have no say. They just sit there, you know, as observers. So it does therefore warrant that the government relook at the processes, the systems, and the frameworks to promote seamless governance. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Yeah. The other important thing, for me, it's just a comment, by the way, that you may need to consider is the type of questions that you ask. I see you pose quantitative questions, and then yet you say you utilize a qualitative methodology to do your research. You talk about your first question, your main question, start with the words, to what extent? And then you say you want to determine the magnitude. That's your aim. That's you are gravitating towards a quantitative approach in terms of the questions that you are posing, and also the aim of your study. So you need to reconsider those if you are doing a qualitative study. Yes. Sorry? Yeah, mixed methodology, then yeah, make sure that it's indeed a mixed, because there are a lot of things that will be required as well. But that's for another day. Thank you very much. There's a final comment. Is it a comment or question?
Okay, Chairperson, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Bali, for the presentation. Of course, as a female researcher, I guess that is a very complicated. My question was relating to what was the royal family reception of this research, because Nongoma is a place where the king resides. The second one is, as a female researcher, what are the challenges at this moment? If that particular research has to be done and completed and shared with the royal family, which means it also opened the can of worm in terms of how the land itself is being treated in South Africa. There's been some commission, which I think a colleague has said that it sort of disqualified Ngonyama Trust. But in terms of the practice, there's nobody who is touching that, because the province is hanging on that. And if you recall that, I mean, the king is on the payroll of the state. The same in Runas across the board in terms of their hierarchy, they are paid by the government, especially the provincial government. I don't know whether it applies to other provinces as well. Thank you.
We will indulge you, Ms. Ndumo, just to quickly respond to that one. You can take a seat there, it's fine. Or stand.
Form of respect, he's my senior. Oh, okay. Yes. Thank you so much, Professor. The reception was very welcoming. Of course, when you approach the traditional leadership, there are unwritten rules. You cover your hair, the way you dress, the etiquette, you know, in terms of how you express yourself. You don't wear trousers. You know, there are those unwritten rules that we are expected as a female to comply with. So that's one issue. Secondly, there is a good working relationship between myself and the traditional leadership of the KwaZulu-Natal, because I once developed the traditional settlements master plans, which were guiding the land use in the traditional areas. And there is a follow-up meeting on the 16th and the 17th in Nongoma with the same traditional councils to look at the findings and how we can take it much further. So I'll say God has been on our side. Thank you.
Round of applause. Yeah, thank you very much, Ms. Ndumo. Our next speaker or presenter is T. Mosala. T. Mosala will be speaking to us on the conservation of heritage management with indigenous community engagement and digital technological adaptation in South African tourism, a case of National Heritage Council. And ma'am, your time starts now. It's 15:05. You have 15 minutes, which means by 20 past, you should conclude. You are on the platform.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon to the chair and to all the delegates. My name is Tulufelo Masichaba Musala Murulung Minatipi Mutuabule Debala Bumeilu Chikino Chikinalono Swarabutat Tobel. I start off with a quote that has inspired this particular work, and it says that I am an African. I owe my beings to the hills, the valleys, the mountains, the glades, the rivers, the deserts, the trees, the flowers, the seas, and the ever-changing seasons that define the face of our native land, whose heritage, whose tourism is it anyway? So this comes from a poem. It's a piece of a quote that comes from a poem from the former President of the Republic. And I used AI to generate this image to ask that conservation of heritage management with indigenous community engagement and digital technological adaptation in South African tourism, a case of National Heritage Council. What is that? And I think this image shows exactly what Bishop Adams spoke of earlier on in terms of community engagement, scholars, and visibility. Very little visibility of scholars at stakeholders' engagement. So usually when we talk of indigenous communities and stakeholder engagement, we do not find or see any professors or scholars at this community engagement. And I think in this particular state, this AI, artificial intelligent image, proves that somehow. And this is the background of my work, the outline. Now, tourism is amongst the fast-growing global industries, attracting a diverse range of people who seek either educational and cultural experience. Tourism has then become an important human factor as people visit for entertainment or for pleasure purposes. And in the context of South Africa, tourism has become a source of job creation, poverty alleviation, and sustainable development, which contributes significantly to the economy of the country. Correctly so, there are legislative frameworks in place to govern both tourism and heritage management. However, a critical question arises concerning the role and the level of indigenous communities within these frameworks. Do communities play a role in crafting, or are they only consulted via tokenism? Indigenous communities, local communities are the custodians of cultural heritage resources and indigenous knowledge systems. Therefore, they should be active participants in passing on this heritage. There is a need to explore the role of indigenous communities in heritage management, to focus on the inclusion in the conservation strategies, policy consultation, and adaptation of technologies in tourism. Now, much of the colonial history that has been generated by academia or academic research often overlooked or simply ignored the merit of local knowledge. This erasure was not accidental, but rather part of a broader epistemic violence that privileged Western knowledge paradigms while undermining local ways of knowing. It is, therefore, imperative to critically re-evaluate historical narratives and center indigenous epistemologies as legitimate and vital source of knowledge. Policy making in heritage. What is the policy saying on heritage management? Now, then, and in the future. The historical perspective, heritage policies, institutions, programs of the colonial and apartheid past were based, again, on Western epistemologies. Now, the ideology itself did favor the Western culture, which has glorified the other as makers of human civilization, modernity, and has relegated any other outside the paradigms. So on the other hand, indigenous heritage was dismissed and stigmatized as primitive curiosities of underdeveloped people. As early as the 1980s, UNESCO started to formulate policies and conventions that highlighted the importance of community participation with a particular focus of indigenous people as custodians of culture and heritage. So these are some of the legal framework in place to promote, develop, and protect heritage. Heritage of today. Now, heritage can be defined as, now I question, what is heritage? Where is this heritage today? And I say that heritage is a people's legacy from the past, how they live in the present, what they pass on to the future generation to learn from, to marvel at, and also to enjoy. So heritage constitutes a core dimension of the identity of indigenous people. It is the knowledge system, sacred connections to ancestrally land, and the living heritage. So why does this particular study matter? So this study matters because it was propped by the rising number of tourism visitation to prioritize sites. This study matters because the indigenous communities whose art, culture, heritage are appreciated are often excluded in the economic development and heritage management. This study matters because it explores the role of indigenous community engagement in heritage conservation, legal frameworks, and policy consultation. I use the National Heritage Council as a case study. The research itself details the length used by this particular government entity to ensure sustainability and development of heritage management. So there is mistrust that comes from a very long history of misrepresentation, exclusion, and extractive research practice in the heritage sector. This is the central challenge that hinders from a smooth relationship between indigenous communities, the researchers, managers, archaeologists, and in my case, anthropologists. The inclusive participation and meaningful consultation with indigenous communities in the policy-making process should be strengthened in IKS and support the interaction into the digital technologies. So what did I find and what am I saying? So I found out that the indigenous communities or the local communities themselves are the golden thread in issues of culture, heritage, and tradition. And some key mechanisms used to involve indigenous communities is the participation through consultation or community engagement. So now this is what I call tokenism, where you call people in, you sit with those people, you take the register, you give them food, they eat, they go. Their inputs and their voices are often ignored. So entities of government engages communities through community participation or community engagement as a way of contribution. But I question: are they really participating within the broader legal space? Learning from the local community's knowledge helps in better understanding their conditions and initiates ways to help them. And this cannot be ignored. I'm also here reminded by Milo, who explored in the Mapungubwe and Makabeng cultural landscapes, where participants highlighted that many ritual sites are unknown or underdeveloped by heritage managers. These sites, which may be natural or man-made, are often identifiable with the assistance of the local indigenous people who use them. Why am I using, yet again, the National Heritage Council? I'm using the National Heritage Council as a public entity of government because this is where I have served as a heritage expert, and I have also served as a council member. And I stand to say that strengthening is needed within this particular institution. Now let's look at what the Act is saying. So the National Heritage Council Act outlines the Council's core objectives, and among others, 1, to coordinate heritage management and to promote and protect indigenous knowledge systems, including but not limited to enterprises, industry, social upliftment, and institutional framework. So for the past 14 years, applicants have been invited to submit heritage proposals for financial support in the promotion of heritage. In spite of the fact that this is a great initiative, the indigenous communities are mainly regarded as beneficiaries and not part of the decision-making. Again, the criteria of applicants and requirements also limits many people because of such people are mainly in rural areas and do not have accessibility. Additionally, so there is this thing, legal requirements of compliance, that comes as a Pruyaki system, which emphasizes on the Western instruments and political order to governance, which often fails to reflect local realities and undermines indigenous people. Okay, thank you, Chair. So in terms of tourism, community involvement can include making decisions regarding the planning or the running of tourism projects. So what did I also find out? I also found out that South Africa's UNESCO World Heritage and Community Tourism and Participation. So in 2024, 2 significant sites were added to South Africa's UNESCO World Heritage list. The first one, the Human Rights, Liberation and Reconciliation, Nelson Mandela Legacy, with the sites mentioned right here. The second one, Inscription, is the images of modern human behavior, also noted right here, 4 of them provincially. So this is a significant step for South Africa's cultural and socio-economic tourism. However, and I note, the exclusion from high-level decision-making processes still is very undermining towards the inclusivity of indigenous people within the heritage conservation. So I am of the view that mechanisms must be developed and institutionalized to ensure that indigenous voices are not only heard, but are also actively involved in planning, management, and interpretations nationally and otherwise. So, in conclusion, this study was to assess the legal frameworks in South African heritage management, and I used one of the institutions, which is a public entity, the National Heritage Council, as a case study to see to it that in the long run, marginalized individuals' voices are being heard, and we advocate for IKS in South Africa. And in closure, Chair, just 5 seconds, I close off by saying that we do not inherit the earth from our ancestors, we borrow it from our children, and our ancestors passed it to us, but not as full owners. So it's like a loan that we are having for the future. Thank you.
Yeah, colleagues, we have had the presenter. Now it's time for those questions and comments from the floor. Any question? I see a hand here. Anyone? Then you may ask a question.
Thank you. My name is John. So mine is just a comment. I think I saw something in your study, especially looking at your variable, but I see one of your variable is silent in your presentation, which is digitalization. So I just want to know the role it plays in heritage management.
Anyone with a burning question, comment? Okay, I'll allow you, Ms. Musala, to just respond to that comment, if I want to comment or question. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. No, you are correct. You are absolutely correct. Issues around digitalization for this particular presentation was not covered. Hence, I did also say that my paper itself, the full paper doesn't necessarily cover the digitalization aspect of it. So you are correct. I will the paper itself, yeah, doesn't cover digitalization. I think it was just for the purpose of this presentation to align with whatever is being in the program.
Yeah, how did you collect data for your study? Which approach did you utilize?
So it was mainly qualitative in nature, and I did secondary data as well. I also consulted with some of the officials from the National Heritage Council. In terms of the indigenous voices or interviews, I did with the Traditional Council from Matebela Liwelo, so based in Gauteng, in Hammanskraal.
Very much. I think we can give you a round of applause. Yeah, colleagues, we are keeping time so well. And now it's the time for our next presenter. And that will be N. Dladla and K. Motatsa. Dladla and Motatsa, are you in the house? Okay. You may take to the stage and start with your presentation. And she's going to present on technology in supply chain management, an exploratory study of small retailers' perspectives in Mahikeng, Northwest Province. So we are going to hear good news from Mahikeng. Ms. Dladla has good news for us. Okay, the time is almost just 26 after 3. So you have your 15 minutes. The stage is yours, Ms. Dladla.
Greeting, ladies and gentlemen. I think the professor is just trying to put pressure on me, but yes, thank you very much for the opportunity. I am Ms. Dladla from the Northwest University Mahikeng campus, and I will be presenting an article which I wrote with my colleague, Mr. Motatsa, also from the Northwest University Mahikeng campus. And the title of our presentation is Technology in Supply Chain Management, an exploratory study of small retailers' perspective in Mahikeng, Northwest Province. So the contents of the presentation will be the introduction, the background of the study, the theoretical framework, the literature review, research objectives, methodology, implications of the results, recommendations and conclusions, as well as the limitations of the study. Now, in the introduction, it is stated that the fourth industrial revolution is currently transforming business operations through the increased reliance on the information communication technologies. Larger organizations have advanced in integrating technology into their supply chain management, and with SMEs in developing countries, including South Africa, they lag behind due to limited resources. The study focused on the use of technology in the supply chain management of grocery SMEs in Northwest Province in South Africa. It explored the types of technologies that are used by the grocery SMEs and that were being applied in their supply chains. The industry category focuses on grocery SMEs with fewer than 50 employees and an annual turnover of not exceeding 80 million. The background of the study, SMEs face significant challenges in their business environment driven by the increase of globalization, where we have seen that there's a competitive advantage of the small grocery SMEs with the bigger retailers, whereby the big retailers are currently enforcing technologies in their supply chains, whereas small SMEs are still developing in applying the advanced technologies in their business operations. And as a result, high cost limit small organizations from adopting new digital business practices in their supply chains. Thus, e-business processes are essential to meet the evolving customer demands, as we have seen with the use of e-commerce, as well as the omni-channel strategies that are being applied in various industries, such as your Checkers 6060, for example. Now, the theoretical framework of this study comprises of two theories, which are your resource-based view theory, as well as the theory of competitive advantage. Now, the theory of resource-based view theory, it refers to resources as a key to a firm's performance, whereby the study explored both the tangible as well as the intangible resources that are being applied in the grocery SME's organizational performance. And then in this study, the resource-based view theory is viewed as a technique for achieving sustained competitive advantage through the organizational performance of grocery SMEs. Looking at the competitive advantage, it focuses on the company's ability to leverage on the economies of scale through the production of goods and services to produce higher profit margins. In this research, obtaining competitive advantage is seen as a critical ability for the grocery SMEs to compete within the supply chain network through the use of technology. And then in the literature review that we covered, we focused on the supply chain management, supply chain operation reference model, which is the SCORE model. We focused on supply chain integration technology's role in the supply chain management of grocery SMEs. We focused on the omni-channel strategies, grocery SMEs, as well as the fast-moving consumer goods. And then in the research objectives of our study, the primary objective of the study is to explore technology application in the supply chain management of grocery SMEs in Mahikeng, in the Northwest Province, South Africa. The theoretical or secondary objective is to review the extant literature on technology application in supply chain management of grocery SMEs, to review literature on the benefits of technology application in the supply chain management of grocery SMEs, and then the empirical objective to explore technology application in the supply chain management of grocery SMEs in Mahikeng, to explore how the use of technology by grocery SMEs increases their profitability. The methodology of this study employed explorative approach using interpretative paradigm, which adopted qualitative research method. And the purpose of this method was to generate interpretations of the data that was collected on the application of technology through asking participants the general questions in order to draw conclusions. Semi-structured interviews were conducted with the owners or managers of the grocery SMEs, and qualitative data was analyzed thematically to make sense of the data using a base guide developed by Moss and Field 2013. The implications of the results. The findings of the studies were categorized into 10 themes aligned with the interview questions. The first theme revealed that technology serves as a critical support system for grocery SMEs, promoting in supply chain management through faster operations, accurate data capture, effective stock management, and improved marketing and supplier-customer relationships. The second theme emphasized on the extensive use of smartphones, laptops, internet for communication, ordering, invoicing, and resolving supplier issues, showcasing the convenience and speed that technology brings to business operations. The third and fourth themes explored the consequences of operating without technology and its role in supplier-customer interactions. Findings indicated that traditional methods are time-consuming and less efficient, with manual stock recording identified as a limitation. The fifth and sixth and seventh theme focused on the benefits of fast internet connectivity, stock replenishment, and supplier transactions. The results showed that speed internet enables grocery SMEs to perform tasks rapidly, edge out competition, and efficient collaboration within the supply chain. Technologies such as WhatsApp, email, point of sale systems were integrated to monitoring stock, processing orders, and communicating with suppliers. Although some manual practices remain, technology significantly enhances operational efficiency, support promotional activities, and strengthen customer service delivery. Recommendations and conclusion. The findings revealed that varying levels of technology adoption, with most businesses still depending on basic digital tools and traditional practices. Interviews with SME owners and managers highlighted that reliance on manual processes and traditional advertising methods such as newspapers with minimal use of social media. The study recommends several strategies to enhance the operational efficiency and competitiveness of the grocery SMEs in Mahikeng. This includes maintaining a customer database for target promotions such as stores predominantly rely on newspapers for advertising. Implementing an online ordering system with suppliers is advised to replace emails and WhatsApp for improved communication and security. Digital systems for price adjustments also should be explored to reduce the manual errors and time consumption. And then with the limitations of the study concentrated on grocery SMEs specializing in fast-moving consumer goods within the retail sector in Mahikeng. It deliberately omitted grocery SMEs located in areas within the Northwest Province and those in different provinces across South Africa, and larger grocery SMEs in the retail sector, as well as the small retailers like spaza shops and distributors were excluded from the study scope. Furthermore, the research focuses to the limited owners or managers of the grocery stores. Customers, suppliers, and staff were not included in the data that was collected. And these are the references that I used for the study. Thank you very much.
Yeah, colleagues, we have heard the speaker. And now it's time for questions, comments. I will allow anyone who has a burning question, comment. I see a hand there, that's number one. There's another one here. And I will make another comment. I told you that you were going to bring good news from Northwest, and I said I was putting you under pressure. And we had good news. Number one.
Thank you, Prof. I want to ask there's a question that I have for you. And then under your thematic analysis, I think the third and fourth theme, you spoke about consequences of small businesses not operating or rather using technology in their business. So I want to understand from the owners or the managers, what are the consequences for them for not using technology in their businesses? Thank you.
Thank you. And we have a second question here.
Thanks, Program Director. Program Director, I have a problem here with my colleague here. He's saying the way I clapped hands, it was, I don't know, was questionable. And I don't know why. But, Madam Presenter, we have done, very well. And I'm very happy. As an emerging researcher, with some interest within your field of study, I don't know where you can be conducted so that you can impart such knowledge to me. I thank you for that.
Okay. From my side, I want to understand just one thing in relation to the limitations that you have highlighted. Because I see you excluded some of the businesses. What were the reasons for that exclusion? Or maybe put differently, what was your inclusion and exclusion criteria for the purpose of your study as you were sampling the businesses? Thank you. You may respond to the questions. The floor is yours.
Okay, if I may start with the first question. If I remember properly, you mentioned the consequences of the grocery SMEs not applying technologies in their business. Okay, if I can answer this question correctly, through collecting data, most of the grocery SMEs, we did indicate in the findings that it's not that they don't apply technology in their supply chain. They get to use technology, but it's not the advanced technologies that can be compared to the larger organizations. Why we say that is because they do use smartphones, they do use WhatsApps to communicate with their suppliers. However, their way of using technology has so many limitations in terms of the issues of security, and there are many other issues that can be related to such matters. And then that's the only finding that I actually got to, that I can allude on regarding your question. I'm not sure if you are answered. Okay. And then looking at the inclusion and the exclusion criteria, the inclusion criteria focused on the owners or managers of the grocery stores. Why? Because we believe that they are the individuals that have advanced knowledge of what is happening in the business, particularly the managerial side. Why? Because when we look into these grocery SMEs, you would find that the individuals or the employees who are working, they have limited information as to what is actually happening in the supply chain. Why? Because they don't get to speak exactly with the suppliers. They just receive the stock. Most of the employees also, they are familiar with the system, and they just focus on the administration procedures other than the general scope of what is actually happening in the supply chain network. So that is why we focused on the supply chain managers, and we didn't actually get to, we excluded the customers, we also excluded the workers, and yes.
Round of applause from the floor. Yeah, colleagues, we are moving faster and smarter. Now, our next presenter will be F. de Villiers, and she will be engaging us on digitalization and the use of generative AI tools, taking the lead in a transformative environment. So, when you are ready, then I will give you the platform so that you proceed with your presentation. The time is almost 15:45, so which means by 1600 hours, you should conclude your presentation. I'll be monitoring that space very well. Thank you very much. The platform is yours. You may proceed.
Thank you so much. And thank you for everybody still being here and not taking your afternoon nap or having tea time. So thank you so much for that. I want to talk today about a different environment than most of you, and that is the educational environment, the transformative environment for our students. And I hear some of my colleagues also talked about technology, and yeah, Northwest University was my first university, also thank you for that. So if you want to know it or not, the use of technology and program, online apps, and even AI these days are really the backbone of our education system at the higher education system. So I want to look at a transformative environment this afternoon. So as a head of the department at the music department at the University of the Free State, it was very important for me to just create an environment for our students and our staff members to thrive. And since I'm so passionate about technology, I applied for and received a grant of 1.86 million rand to digitalize our department. So I was so glad to have received that money. So I used that for buying tablets and computer programs and also interactive education spaces where people can have online classes, and especially in the music environment where we need the students to be in connection with the world out there. So we can have wonderful YouTube videos, we can have actual master classes online. So for me, that was very important to have a platform for our students and for our lecturers regarding that. So there's still money left, which I'm so glad about that. So we are still see what we can do for that. Also very nice sound systems for our concert hall. So yeah, that is for me a very nice transformative environment for everybody at the Down. So that brings me to my own research of using technology in the teaching and the environment. And I want to present seamless learning. I know one of my colleagues also talked about seamless. Some people understand it differently, but seamless learning, I will explain it now, is like hybrid and online learning, just with a little bit of a twist on that. So my research was adapting the teaching environment, incorporating seamless learning, based it on self-directed learning, incorporating technology, artificial intelligence, and then different music program apps. So the study of my aim was to evaluate the effectiveness of a revised curriculum incorporating all of these elements. So I have the one research question, and that was, what are the advantages and disadvantages of applying seamless learning as an alternative teaching and learning approach? And then my sub-questions were, what adjustments are necessary to adapt the module content to the seamless learning approach, and how can the assessments be adapted to accommodate students' preferences? So just a quick overview, because time is limited, and I will gladly answer any questions after my presentation as well. So seamless learning is literally when a person experiences a continuity of learning and consciously bridges a multifaceted learning efforts across combination of location, times, and technologies. So what does it mean? Seamless learning means you can do whatever, wherever, whenever you want, using handheld devices. So the student is in control. He will have, it can be done at a remote access. There's real-time interaction. There's application of knowledge. There's networking, and there's expert engagement. So that are some of the characteristics. And then advantages of seamless learning is there's equal opportunities, all of their voices are heard, there are preferences, and there's equal access. So what this means is that your information and all your content is actually posted online, but it's not only like an online class. The students can access the information anytime they want. And then also, what I mean with voices are heard is like there are online platforms, and then you don't necessarily add your name to that. So you can anonymously add your comments to that. Your preferences is, how do you need to learn? Is it, for example, by watching YouTube videos? Is it, for example, by listening to your lecturer? So those are just examples of the different preferences. And then it was also based on self-directed learning. I'm sure some of you will also know what that means, is that the learner takes responsibility. Learning does not take place in isolations, and then skill transfers occur, and learning incorporates a variety of activities. So the advantages of the self-directed learning is then it's not isolated, you are in control, you're motivated, and you're independent. This is just a figure of what self-directed learning is. So the whole idea was that the students have to take ownership of their learning. And that is where I explained this very carefully to them, so that they can understand what it is all about. And then the lecturers still have a role. You have conversations with them, there's critical thinking, you provide resources, and then of course you evaluate the outcomes. It will become clear what I mean with all of this. So all of these are based on technology, and then of course our big friend, artificial intelligence. So technology is really important. Shinola says when students use mobile technologies, they are in full control by having access to information on their mobile devices, thereby giving them a certain amount of liberty, freedom, and independence. Technology provides an electronic learning environment that fosters the kind of creativity and communication needed to nourishing the engagement. So I just have a few advantages of technology, which I'm not going to talk about now. We all know about that. I really want to come to the dilemma of generative artificial intelligence. I call it a dilemma because it is really the buzzword at the moment. So the new ChatGPT 5 was launched in August. I don't know if you also know that. And the comments are it is better and more humanized than ever before. So it sparked new debates about academics, and then there's really the question of why not use artificial intelligence. There was an academic who wrote an article, and just for fun gave prompts to ChatGPT, the prompts that are now on the screen. And then afterwards, she completed her article, and then she said the article that ChatGPT wrote were actually better than mine across every metric you care to measure, better structured, better written, more perceptive, more deeply sourced. So that is really possible. So our responsibility is to teach our students to use it responsibly, or just let them know what to do with that. So there are a lot of cons for artificial intelligence. I don't want to go into that, but it is ethical dilemmas. So and this I didn't even know, is that there are actually people sitting somewhere mining data to see what will be harmful and what is useful for the internet. And also to undermine authority, it challenges our ability to think critically, but these are also things that you know. So I want to go to the what Mr. Clive said. He says that AI is extremely broad yet shallow. It is anti-reading, anti-writing, anti-complexity. Are the skills of critical reading, creativity, creative thinking, and writing becoming redundant? So with all of this as a background, I wanted to create in my arts management module assessments and assignments so that the students do not use artificial intelligence, to see if we can get them away from all of that and just be very creative in the way that I just created my assessments. So I had a qualitative research design to explore the students' experiences and perceptions of the new revised curriculum. So I had semi-structured interviews and also reflective journals to capture all their insights. So I redesigned my arts management module at the music department. Arts management at our department is about entrepreneurship, marketing, innovation. So it is a module that leans itself to being practical and using adaptation. So examples of the assessments, I'm just going to give a few examples of the assessments. What they had to do, for example, they have to be coordinating concerts, like events. So they had to, for example, shadow a concert organizer. Or they have to do marketing material, they had to market themselves, or they have to go to we have like a coffee shop with t-shirts and all of that are branded, and then they must also have design a poster and all of that. So the assessments were, like a true academic, I aligned it with seamless learning and self-directed learning, which I'm not going to go through all of that now. You can read that in my article, which will then appear after this. So the data collection is here, the interviews, the questionnaires, and then the reflections. So this is just an example of the assignment on the reflection of what they had to complete. And this is an example of what they created as an example of their marketing material, t-shirts for the Dance School of Music. This is, for example, just the rubric. This is, for example, an example of the feedback I gave to them. So what are the findings? Here are just a few of the quotes that I got back from them. So the students said, because it was more practical, it gave me an opportunity to actually experience or have a little idea of how it will be when I go out. I actually enjoyed it because I got to submit it when I can. Oh yeah, that was the other thing. I didn't give them like direct timelines. I said, you can submit it whenever, but it must just be before a certain date. So actually it is a due date, but in their minds it was not like very, restrictive. I learned the apps that I can use as an arts management major. You get to learn how people experience the industry in different ways, and it keeps it informal and quite flexible, which is how I think the industry is. So they were quite positive about that. And these are my 3 themes. So the first theme was positive student engagement. It is not a one-size-fits-all industry, and it keeps it informal and quite flexible, which is how I think the industry is. You need to constantly be willing to be flexible. So they were very positive about the assessments and going out there and doing what they had to do. They felt empowered because they could do it on their own time, on their own devices, just as they want. And then the third theme that crystallized was the use of technology. They just love using technology because that is what they use every single day on their apps, on their cell phones, on TikTok, all of that. So this is just an integration with seamless learning and the alignment. I'm not going to go through this since my time is almost up, but I really want to discuss this with anyone who wants to do that. So just in conclusion, it really was positive having all of that with them. It is possible to have seamless learning as a teaching method. There are no generalizations. It is very nice to apply it in any other module. Like I said, it is difficult in certain modules and easier in other modules. So just in my conclusion is then the qualitative insights highlighted the importance of leading in a transformative environment to improve students' experiences by promoting autonomy, personalized learning paths, and adaptability. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for that inspiring presentation. I will allow hands for questions and comments based on the presentation. I've noted one hand there. Anyone else? Second hand here? And the third hand? Yeah, in that particular order. Let me start right here.
I just want to ask that in terms of the use of AI, what are some of the legal issues that can be considered, particularly the issues of plagiarism, looking at the way in which some evaluations are being set out, because you find that with AI, it can generate answers for almost every kind of any evaluation. Thank you.
I think mine is similar to what she said. I just wanted to know the responsible way to use the AI. I attended one of the session one day. It was from the journal editor, and they said they are struggling to control the use of AI as well. So I just want to know if ever there is any way that it can be used in a responsible manner. Also, another one is a comment on the methodology. You said you used qualitative. In one of your design, you proposed three things. You said you used focus group, interviews, and questionnaire, which I just assume maybe I'll learn from that. I just want to know how it was questionnaire used as in a form of qualitative.
Okay. Third question.
Sorry. Thanks for your presentation. I love the concept of artificial intelligence. Besides of what you have done with your study, it's a very beautiful study, I must say. I want to also suggest that probably we should let your students to play with some of the AI tools like your Power Apps, more especially in the creative space like yours, and they are designing things. So Power Apps will make them at least develop application that they can use practically, that they can contribute also to the very same grant that you showed us when you begin your presentation. Instead of finishing it, it will probably make a contribution. So I wanted to make that suggestion. Otherwise, thanks for your presentation.
Last question from myself. I wanted to check with you. I understand that you utilize surveys to actually evaluate the effectiveness of that art management curriculum. But now the question is, what other measurable criteria and indicators did you consider to gauge the effectiveness of the art curriculum?
Yeah. Okay, so let me start with your question first. Unfortunately, in qualitative research, there's not a specific way of actually seeing if it was good or bad, because like in any, also in other modules, I mean, perhaps the student just developed through the year. Perhaps he just looked at a video, something that could have sparked an interest. So there's no way to say, okay, this is fantastic, this is working. So the only way of testing that is to also apply this to other modules and to see, are the students reacting in the same way? Are they also very happy about it? What are the pros and what are the cons? So unfortunately, there's no black and white way, like in quantitative, like in chemical studies or like in natural sciences, to actually do that. So in the humanities, we only have qualitative studies, and the journaling like that. That also come to my colleague's question regarding the questionnaires. I must have said it's a biographic questionnaire. It is not a statistical questionnaire. So the questionnaire was literally, do you have a cell phone? Do you have a tablet? How many hours do you? So we don't rework it statistically. It is just to get information about our participants. Yes. So artificial intelligence, that's why I say it's a dilemma. We cannot. There's no way to detect artificial intelligence. We have programs for that, detection programs. So I had a master student, and then I really knew he was using artificial intelligence because you can just see it. I mean, after a while, this is not what this person usually write like. So I put it through artificial intelligence detection tools, 3 of them, and then it was like only 10% human, like 47% artificial intelligence. The other one was like 80%. And I wrote a very nice email to him, being very considerate and everything, and said, there's might be a problem, and what can we do about the situation of this? And then he sent one of my articles that I wrote that was published. He sent me the AI detection on that article, and it was also like 70% AI generated. And I mean, I know I didn't use AI at that stage. So that is just an example of there's no way to detect it through, because they use AI and then they wash it. They put it through a paraphrasing tool. They put it through another paraphrasing tool. Unfortunately, there's no way to detect that. We use, at the University of Free State, we do use Turnitin. I'm sure at other universities as well. So there is an AI detection, but we can't really trust that. So if you the only way is to humanly detect that, if that makes sense. Yeah, unfortunately. And how to use it wisely is to tell. I also have an assignment where I tell them, give these prompts to any AI, generative AI program. See what AI says, and then tell me what your opinion is of that, and use 3 credible sources. And of course, you can also use AI for that, but they must know we know, if that makes sense. They must know we know they use AI, so you need to be responsible in a way of how do you create your assessments, how do you talk about it in class. I mean, they are going to use it. We need to teach them how to use it in a responsible way, if that makes sense. Okay. Does it answer your question? Fantastic. So there's another question, 2 other questions.
One burning question. How many questions?
Thank you. You are talking about this AI. You will find that in the learning space, there is a need to ensure that we determine what percentage, you must declare, what percentage do we, the educators, want in this work? What percentage of AI do we want? And what percentage of what is human do we want? Unless we are as specific and arrive at such regulations or laws, we'll be clashing with this younger generation. And the younger generation is not wrong, because this is the technology of their time. I'm imagining the teacher who would smack me for using a calculator. And in a few years, the calculator became the major instrument in mathematics. So I think there is a need to get that organized somehow. Thank you.
Got the question, but you can pack it for now.
Can I quickly respond to that one?
Second question.
Oh, okay.
Now, for me, just to raise the, legal implications, which not only, within the university, but also international, especially looking at the music industry. Now, the question is that, have you ever, faced a situation where you are legally implicated as an individual, as a lecturer, than the university itself?
Yeah, did you get the question? Okay, let me give him the mic again to repeat the question.
Okay. The question was relating to this uncontrollable, unregulated space, which also implicate music industry internationally. My specific question was relating to, have you ever been legally implicated as an individual than the institution, which is the University of Free State?
Did you get the question now?
It's fine.
Fantastic, you may respond.
Okay, so regarding the calculator, it's so interesting. I've read an article where this person saying that AI is like a calculator, and then he had all these reasons why it's not like a calculator, because a calculator is like facts, it's 5 + 5 = 10. But AI deals in human emotions, it deals in information, it deals in different opinions. So that's why they say, because people also use the comparison to the calculator. So just for interesting sake, that is very interesting that you actually say that. And then also a thing of, I have so much to say, but I'm not a good writer. So what is wrong with putting that into AI? Because it's all my information, he's just making it. And then they also compare it with the ghostwriter. Like, people are using ghostwriters, and that is fair in the eyes of the world. So why not use AI, which is like a cheap ghostwriter? So it's a very interesting conversation. I would really like to continue that. And luckily, sir, I've never been implicated in any of that. Also, in creating music, it's a little bit more difficult for AI to create music because it's such a creative, such a personal experience to create music. But I did do an experiment where I asked one of the composers in Bloemfontein to compose a jingle for fruit juice. And then I also gave the prompts to an AI music creator to also write a jingle for fruit juice. And then I presented that at the conference, and then I asked the audience which one of these two jingles were composed by a human, which one was composed by the AI. And all of them said choose the AI one as a human one. So that is a bit disturbing to me. So yeah, but the conversation must carry on. Thank you.
Round of applause, colleagues. Yeah, we are moving faster and smarter. Our next speaker, M. Kekezwa, or Kekezwa. She is going to speak to us on usage of agriculture to boost the rural economy, tackling youth disengagement and lack of farming knowledge. What an interesting topic. Ms. Kekezwa, when you are ready, then I will give you the platform to proceed with your presentation. Our time now reads 16:11. So you will be allocated only 15 minutes to make your presentation. So within 15 minutes, you should be able to conclude your presentation so that we ask you questions like any other presenter. Thank you very much. Your time starts now. The platform is yours.
All right, thank you, Prof. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am Mantlakazi Kekezwa, a master's student from Waterses University. And my topic is using agriculture to boost the rural economy, tackling youth disengagement and lack of farming knowledge. All right. In South Africa, half of the youth is unemployed, and yet we have plenty and thousands of hectares of farming land that is not utilized, but yet there is a huge number of youth that doesn't have jobs, and youth doesn't have anything to do in the rural areas. Theoretical framework. This study uses two theories, theory of plant behavior, and the second theory is human capital theory. I had to use these two theories because I felt like there was a gap in one of the theory and the other one had a gap, so I had to use the two theories in this study. Okay, the first theory, which is theory of plant behavior. This theory focuses on individual behavior and decision-making, how attitudes and norms can influence someone. And then the second theory, which is human capital theory, focuses on value of skills, knowledge, and education, how investment in education and knowledge can improve productivity and employability and innovation. Research statement. This research investigates why rural youth disengage from farming and explores strategies to re-engage them through education, resources, and agripreneurship. There's a view that they have, the youth, that they have about farming. To them, farming is all about hard work, it's all about hard labor. They don't think about producing something out of the products that comes from farming, even if it's livestock. They can just change milk into cheese, and with crop production, they can change tomato into sauces, and maybe with maize, they can change maize into meal. So to them, farming is all about the hard work and the sweat. So we need to change that. Hence, I thought this is really inspiring for me to do some research, because I saw there's a big problem with the youth. And with me coming from a rural area, I know how we work at home, and I know how we generate income, and it's been years using soil and even with livestock. Research objectives. Examine factors behind youth disengagement from agriculture. Access barriers such as land access, finance, and skills. Explore strategies to empower rural youth through agriculture. Rationale. Youth form the largest demographic group in South Africa and can bring innovation to the agricultural sector. Re-engaging youth in farming is essential to combat unemployment, poverty, and food security. This study, according to Statistics SA, and at the municipal level, 64.1% youth from Pedi is unemployed. Pedi is from the Eastern Cape. It's one of the rural areas in Eastern Cape, and 64.1% of youth there is unemployed, yet there is land that is available, and maybe some of them, they've got land because it was owned by their forefathers, and some of the youth, there is land, but they never owned. There is no generation that has ever owned the land, but now the question is, how do they get the land for them to work on? Research methodology. This study used a qualitative research methodology. The qualitative approach was used to deeply understand the experiences, views of rural youth in the Eastern Cape. Additional perspectives were obtained from community members and local farmers. So the researcher used unemployed youth here, and also those commercial farmers that are in the community, trying to find out if there is any feedback that they get from the youth, because usually when you're in a rural area, when you see someone doing something, you also want to help. Or if you're an elderly person, you always ask for assistance from the younger ones. So I wanted the views and how the youth receives the information they get from elderly people who really understand how to farm and how to get everything they want. The study adopted an exploratory qualitative design. The goal of the study is to explore ideas, experiences that are not fully understood. The researcher wanted to gain a deeper understanding of the phenomenon. Data collection. The study used semi-structured interviews with rural youth, adults, capturing direct quotes and lived experiences. Semi-structured interviews allow interviewers to ask questions flexibly and use follow-up questions for deeper understanding. This method creates a friendly atmosphere which helps build trust between the interviewer and the interviewee. Sampling technique. The study comprised 12 unemployed youth and 3 adults involved in farming. They were selected through purposive sampling, allowing the researcher to select participants who were knowledgeable about the problem of the statement. Data analysis. Data was analyzed through thematic analysis. It allowed the researcher to analyze data systematically. It focuses on finding and reporting patterns or themes within the information. Key themes included youth disengagement, barriers, interventions, triangulation, and ensure reliability. Findings. Youth view farming as low status and unprofitable. Structural barriers, limited land, finance, and market access. Knowledge and skills gap, lack of mentorship, and practical training. Potential solutions, agripreneurship training, policy reforms. Like I've already said now that some of the youth, they've got the land that is there that is not used. They've been owned by the forefathers or the family members, but now they don't want to work or they don't know how to work on the land. And others, because of the policies, they cannot just take the land that is available that was not theirs. So it makes it not easy for them to use the land, even if they've got the knowledge, but they cannot use. Discussion. Disengagement is driven by negative perceptions, socio-economic barriers, and policy gaps. Addressing these challenges requires systematic reforms in land access, financing, agricultural education, and mentorship. In conclusion, re-engaging youth in agriculture can reduce unemployment, enhance food security, and revitalize rural economies. Key strategies include land reforms, youth-focused financing, agribusiness incubation, and improved education. That's the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Colleagues, we have heard the presenter, and now it's that time. Kinago Eila. Time for questions, comments, and answers. I saw a hand there. That will be the first hand, the second one, the third, and fourth. Let me start right there in the corner.
Thank you so much. What a good presentation and a good facilitator for the session, despite him being short. I would like to find out from you, you used a theory. I need to know why did you choose that theory? Because you did not specify why specifically that theory. And number two, you said you triangulated for reliability. What is it that you triangulated? Because I saw you used only a qualitative method. Thank you.
Okay, yeah, I'm sure you are noting those questions as they're trickling in. Going to take a second question here.
Okay, thank you very much for the presentation. Mine, first of all, is to caution the use of the word in research, which is semi-structured interviews. I'm just imagining that maybe that interview or type of interview could be useful when you are doing the group work. Because I think that instead of using the semi-structured interviews, which are more loose, maybe you should have been talking about the structured interview, but with open question, which means the questions are there, you are asking them systematically. The other question relates to the sample. Considering your small sample, how can you come to the conclusive recommendation about this study? Thank you.
I'm sure you got that question, and you are noting. Third question comes from this side.
Okay, thank you so much, Me, for the very beautiful presentation. My take on the presentation, 3 key issues that are very close to my heart: agriculture, rural economy, and farming knowledge. And I'm proposing that when you look at farming, because you note farming knowledge, I think it will also be very much important to look at the indigenous farming techniques that are still very much relevant in today's society in relation to how farming has evolved from then into now. So I will stress on the issue of indigenous knowledge in farming. I think it's very much also crucial, as much as the young people who are pretty much disengaging, but how have in the past how has indigenous farming overall is contributing today? How has previously and how has now How is it contributing now? Thank you.
I'm going to take the fourth and last question.
Thank you. Apparently, I don't pose a question, but I want to throw in something into your study. You will notice that your study could be more interesting than it is. For example, your study should clearly understand or reflect the national development trajectory, where urbanization is the root. Wherever we are saying we are doing development, we are expanding, we are settling people, we are simply going towards urbanization. We are not settling people in spaces and say, your homestead will be in this corner, half an acre, and the other 3 or 4 are for agriculture. That has that policy has an impact on how youth relate to land and land use. Also look at the curriculum, where we are still saying only the weaker learners must take agriculture and history. Yet we all know how both are very important as we are seated now. Then you must also understand, reflect our continental vulnerability, that when we try to equip younger generation or the younger generation with these skills that are related to agriculture, we are threatening Big Brother and their allies. So these have an impact. And the last one is, please don't be silent of the multinational corporation expansionist approach. Let me call it the supermarket dragon. These have played a very important part in actually destroying our food practices and food sovereignty in the rural areas. All of us, urban and rural, today we are heading for the supermarket. And that as infrastructure, which we call development, is destroying the very youths that you are studying. Thank you.
Ms. Kekwa, I think you got those questions. Must give you the platform to respond to all those questions that you posed to you.
I think there are 2 questions that I have to answer here, and others were comments. Okay, the first question is about why I used these 2 theories. I think I explained why I used these 2 theories. It's because I felt that there was a gap with one theory, and with the other one, when I looked at the other one, I felt there was a gap. Hence, I decided to incorporate the 2 theories. That is why I used them. And the second one was, with a small sample, why did I come up with these answers? I thought, because I didn't want my slides to be congested, I wanted to also show the answers that I got from the questions, and so that you see that how I got these answers from. These answers was from the people that I interviewed. Hence, I have these kind of answers. Yes, I know it was a small sample, but I got the answers from the small sample because of the questions I asked. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Colleagues, I think in the interest of time, we will just allow her to step off the stage, and a round of applause, colleagues. Thank you very much. And our last but not least speaker, Jay Macho. Jay Macho, are you in the house? Or you disappeared? You know, it happens that when some of the presenters, when it's their time to present, they disappear. Don't know where they are until the presentations are done. Then they start to resurface again. But I'm glad that you are here, Mr. Macho. You may take to the platform and get yourself ready. Let me see. He's going to speak to us about the Global South land access and utilization towards achieving SDGs within the land reform program ecosystem. What an interesting topic. Land issue.
Yes.
Yeah, so time now is almost 16:30. So you will have your 15 minutes, and then after that, I will allow colleagues to grill you.
Okay.
Thank you very much. The platform is yours.
No, thank you very much. This presentation is based on a doctoral program that I'm about to submit for examination. And the main objective for the degree is the development of a framework for the land reform programs. And this study is informed by the high failure rate in terms of the land reform program. And I'm currently registered at Stadio. And I just put those photos there at the bottom, that this study is also in the forestry industry. I'm based in Zululand. Just to indicate that in forestry, we start at a nursery with the tree breeding programs. Then we do silviculture, which is land preparation. Then we plant, and the trees will grow. In Zululand, the rotation for a gum tree, it's about 7 years. Inland peat retrieve, that side is about 9 to 10 years. Then we harvest the timber. Then we load the timber at the roadside into trucks. Those are mostly they are called the interlinks, and then the timber goes to the processing of plants, either a chipping facility or a pulp and paper production. In Richards Bay, we've got a Mondi plant. Those who have been driving to Nelspruit, you know there's a SAPI operation there called Ngodwana, also in the south coast. There's also a SAPI production facility. Now, as I indicated, I'll just summarize where I've been and to now where I am in terms of my study. Just to give you just a layout, as I indicated, the main thing is to develop a framework for the successful land reform program. If you read in terms of literature, from 2009, if you check the Department of Rural Development and Land Reform CPA report, the highest success rate is about 14% on average since 2009. Every year, if you read the report. Now, most land reform projects are failing. Now, what happened? The ones I'm dealing with are called CPAs, Community Property Associations, based on the Community Property Act. Now, the land is transferred to a community. Others will then use a trust, but these ones are using CPAs. And they'll then run if it's a game farm, they continue on the farm. If it's a forestry, then that's it. Now, on the literature part also, I then looked in terms of land reform in all 6 continents. I've checked Asia, I've checked in Europe, the likes of Ukraine, how the land reform was managed in Ukraine. I've also checked selected countries in Africa. I've looked at Namibia case, and also I've looked at Zimbabwe case in terms of how land reform was managed post-independence, and also coming to South Africa, where I'm based in the north part of Zululand, in the area called King Ceshwayo District Municipality. I selected CPAs within the district, mainly in the forestry industry, as I indicated. And the main framework for my study is Sustainable Livelihood Framework. If you look at the Sustainable Livelihood Framework, there are 5 capitals. For example, there's natural, there's human, there's physical, there's financial, and there's human. Now, some of the questions are looking at how is the community being developed over a period of time in terms of sustainability, or to manage or improve their livelihoods. But then I incorporated 3 studies or frameworks which are complementary into my study. One was a study, a PhD in the Waterberg district by Jale,
where he was looking in terms of extension support programs on the land reform, and there was one by Gumede in the in the South Coast, looking in terms of land reform, community trust or CPAs that were managing the tourism entities in the South Coast. And another one was dealing with the women empowerment model in the Mpumalanga area, looking at how women are empowered after the land reform program. Now, this is in terms of frameworks. But in terms of the research methodology, mine is it's a qualitative study. And then I use semi-structured interviews. Then I had categories of participants. I had 30 participants, but majority of them are the land beneficiaries, including the managers, because after the land is transformed in the forestry industry, then from the CPA, they register a company that will run either harvesting or silviculture or transport operations. And that's some of the participants. And I also interviewed officials from the Department of Rural Development and Land Reform in terms of post-settlement programs, how it has been managed. And also, I was then managed to interview a legal person from the legal aid side, who they are looking at how can they assist land reform programs on the legal part in terms of their entities or the structures after the land has been then transferred. Now, in terms of this presentation, is looking at those entities, those companies under the CPA that they are running operations, and these ones are purely doing harvesting, others are doing silviculture. Now, in terms of the issue of finance in the business, these are some of the challenges that they are facing. There's a challenge of mentorship. Remember, some of the land reform beneficiaries, you find that some they've never run a forestry or any company, and now they are land beneficiaries. They are required then to sustain their livelihoods and also run an operation. And forestry is 24/7. You know, we plant throughout the year almost. In Zululand, we plant from March to October. That is what we call a planting season. And then, but harvesting runs throughout the year, and it's 24-hour operation in terms of that. And another challenge that they are having as community structures is the technical assistance that they are not getting. If you look at the land reform officials, most of them in the department, they are not trained in terms of commodities. It's highly likely that you'll find a forestry entity where the official is a forester or is trained as a forester. And sometimes in terms of even the farming operation. And that's where the challenge is, because now when you go to the post-settlement, that's where the support is lacking in terms of assisting the community structures to be able to understand the business model or how to run an operation. And another challenge for them is the issue of records management. Remember, some of them, they've never run an operation as communities. Now they are beneficiaries, and there's what you call transfers from the department. They call them the grants. And now communities suddenly, from zero balance, they get 50 million rent. And how do you then get a committee to manage that? And that's why if you read the land reform CPA report, most are collapsing. Because when time comes for them to do a presentation on their financials, the AGMs, most of them can't present audited financials because auditors are not prepared to put their signature on the financials where they are not backup in terms of invoices and all that. And that's why most of CPAs are collapsing. And some of them, you'll find out that they are infighting within the CPA community members. The claim went from 1998, around 2010, it was settled, and the old fathers who were part of the claim, and now the younger people are saying, Baba, it's your time to leave. And now, 6 weeks ago, now there's 50 million in the account, and that's when you start getting this infighting within communities. And from the forestry point of view, the multinationals that used to own the land, they are requesting communities then to honor the agreement to make sure that the land can be productive. for the forestry operation. And as I indicated, issues of lack of financial access also. Remember, they come to forestry operation, that truck, if it's having what you call on-board weighing system, when they load, it give them the weight and all that for overload. And that truck is 1.8 to 2.5 million. Very few community structures can afford a single truck. Now it becomes a problem. They are beneficiaries, they own the land, and the banks sometimes, they are not willing to give them loans because it's a risk. That's why sometimes you find banks then saying to the communities, register what you call an SPV, special purpose vehicle, so that this loan funding of a truck or a bell loader or a harvester, it can be sitting in, because if you put in a CPA system, there are over 1,000 beneficiaries and accountability becomes a challenge. Another problem that is big for the community structures is regulatory issues. You get into the forestry, there's issues of natural areas to manage, wetlands, different act, the NEMA Act, all that. Some areas got heritage, some areas got graves on the side, and even financial regulations to make sure they comply as an entity to report their financials to SARS and do all those things. Now, these are some of the challenges, and that I've managed to pick it up in the section, in the chapter of results. And then one of the recommendations is to enhance the farmers program. Remember, you get a group of members of a community, CPA. Majority of them, they've never run an operation. Now, we need to capacitate them. Before the land is transferred, put them on a program, sort of like a cadet program over a period, because forestry is long-term. And make sure that by the time the land is transferred, then they are able to manage operation. And remember, in terms of the chapter 6 of the NGP, rural development has been identified as a key sector in terms of employment creation. Now, if entities of forestry or land reform can succeed, they'll be able to sustain rural employment, create jobs, and improve the sustainability of communities, and also bring the livelihoods, and also bring the promotion of business skills, bring other partners to come and assist the land reform program, because majority in other sectors, they have failed. Forestry is a little bit lucky. They came late into the picture in terms of transfers, but the ones that started early, they are failing. Remember, government, if you read the CPA report, they spend almost 300 million a year just to support the CPAs. Now, if over 70% are failing, imagine what will happen. And if rural projects are collapsing, what will happen in the case of the north of Zululand? Then people will then move towards Richards Bay, looking for employment while they've got land and they are beneficiaries, but they can't be able to manage an operation. But we hope and wish that the final result then will then help them going forward and bring a framework for sustainable land reform programs in terms of the CPA. Thank you.
Colleagues, Kinago A. It's that time for questions, comments, and answers. Anyone with a burning question in relation to the presentation? I see the first hand here, second hand there, that will be number 2. I think you are still digesting that presentation. Let me allow these first 2 hands to make input.
Professor, thank you so much, sir, for a wonderful, am I audible? For a wonderful presentation. It really reflects what is happening on the ground. What we used to do in the Northern Cape Department of Land Reform, it changes names.
Yes.
You know, we used to address this particular challenge working in line with the post-settlement support. So what we used to do is that when we deal with the formalization of the CPA, we will then have an
intergovernmental forum that used to include various government departments so that the developmental plans brought about by the CPA are included in the budgetary plans of the government departments. So I'm just illustrating that maybe that can be one of the recommendations going forward as well. It worked. The area was Majeng in Kimberley, yes. I don't know how far they are now, but that was years ago.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, let me get the second question quickly.
Thank you, Chair. Presenter, I'm very much excited about your study. And what I'm much concerned about is that when we are discussing land issues, we mustn't shift our focus from the struggles of people. We may have chosen theories that take us there to the end of the degree, but we have not, we have dropped the baton sticks as academics. I would have expected your study to be talking about or challenging matters of power, class, global capitalism in shaping land access. And in this capacity, you'll be analyzing what is happening within the forestry industry and land access there, challenging neoliberal norms or reforms that are in place. And in that case, agribusiness expansion falls within your analysis. I do not blame you because we make choices when we go for these studies. But somehow, it is still a burning issue. The younger generation are already being hit by fatigue. But there is a generation that continues to say, this should not be allowed to drop. Thank you.
Yeah, whilst I walk towards you, Mr. Macho, my little concern, it's around the topic, but you may want to comment on that.
Yes.
But you state here the global south, land access. Just that, it creates an impression that your data was drawn from countries in the global south. But from the presenters I was listening to, I think the data comes predominantly from South Africa. So perhaps maybe that is something that you may need to correct. Maybe in the broader study, maybe you reflected on what is happening also in the global south, but maybe for the purpose of an article, because you want to reflect on what is happening currently in South Africa, you may need to just maybe make some modifications. But that's my comment. You may also want to reflect on that. Thank you very much. But the floor is yours now to respond to those issues that were raised by participants. Thanks.
No, thanks very much for the question. And also, firstly, let me acknowledge the input. I will then go back and check the Northern Cape case studies or learnings. In terms of the issues of neoliberalism, global issues, in the report that I'm finalizing, I did address it in some of the areas. There are some articles that, like Professor Ben Cousins, talking about what you call class dynamics in terms of the land reform. And it's talking about how do we empower from below or from above. Do you go for the small-scale farmers or do you go for the big multinationals? And also there was a PhD report that I read by Professor Vegere from the University of Pretoria, where he did a study in Dar es Salaam, looking at the small-scale farmers. Like in the East Africa, food systems are more, or food is produced by small-scale farmers more than what is happening in South Africa. And if you can look at literature or even financial reports, Checkers is pulling out in West Africa because they were beaten flat. They went out with this system of food distribution, and in those areas, they've got what you call, there's a name I forgot they use in Dar es Salaam. In the city center, they create open markets. You go in the morning to work, you know that you're going to buy fresh milk, fresh eggs today, and the farmer goes back to the village. Tomorrow he comes, and they buy fresh food every day. Now, Checkers has been beaten. If you can read the report, they are pulling out from West Africa because the community there, they don't believe in frozen vegetables that are sitting in the fridge. And in the report, I've addressed some of the food systems in the whole issue because the land reform is not only about trees. Remember, forestry is a long term. While they are waiting for these trees to grow for 7 years, they must create sustainable businesses, more especially on the food security, to make sure that the livelihood can continue. And on that basis, if communities can start planting, for an example, because I'm in the Richards Bay area, Mtuba, Kwambonambi area, if people can plant, they've got land, and in the north there's high rainfall, you see, compared to other areas. If they plant, they'll make sure that ShopRite, Checkers, Spar, veggies, prices are going to drop. They'll force them because those are perishable. If there's no customer, they'll drop the price. But because everybody's going there to buy a tomato, I'm from Northwest and I live in Richards Bay. And if I can buy ZZ2 tomatoes in Richards Bay from Limpopo in Mwegate, now we're saying people in New Zealand, you can't plant a tomato. You can't, you see. Now, in my house, I do plant some of the crops. In terms of the Global South, in the whole report, yes, I did address issues of like Brazil, how the issue of land reform in the Brazil, in those countries, Peru, Bolivia, Brazil, Colombia, how the land issues have been addressed and how there were people on the ground in terms of access to land, because the problem is access. There's an issue also on some of the literature, issues of gender, you know, how women are getting access to run programs on the land. But I do appreciate the input. Thank you very much.
It's just before 5. Is there anything, colleagues, that you would like to raise with us or with the presenters?
Oh, okay. Actually, it's actually not a burning question. I wanted to share my experience in what you are saying in terms of us producing fruits and vegetables. I've got a land, which is 4.5 hectares. I've tried to do that. And the Harvest Fresh has actually killed my market because you produce, and then you harvest. At the end of the day, there is no way you can sell your produce. Harvest Fresh will produce, harvest, and take whatever that they are producing to the Spar market or Pick and Pay or ShopRite Checkers. They will sell the lettuce at 10 rand. I have produced that in my land, I can't sell it. And I end up sharing whatever that I've produced with anyone who's willing to take. And I've seen that in the era where I'm in. Everyone who's actually producing something and harvesting, at the end of the day, we're buying whatever that they're producing at 5 rand or 10 rand because there is no market. So this other big company, harvesters, actually killed everything in the area. So I'm staying where there are plots, but I can tell you for free, there's nothing that we can do, but maybe you can advise. Thanks.
Yeah, no, I hear that question. I'm not sure where you are based, but in South Africa, what I've seen, Meyatin, okay, yes, in Gauteng towards the Val. Yes, now in South Africa, okay, let me come here. If you look at one big market that small-scale farmers are not utilizing is the issue of the government feeding scheme. Where you are, there are schools, go to the district office and ask them, where are the entrepreneurs who are cooking, where are they buying? I can rest assure you, majority are buying from Johannesburg Fresh Produce. In Pretoria, they're buying from Pretoria Fresh Produce. Because that system, fortunately, my former lecturer did his PhD in the Fresh Produce. It's a cartel, you know. Or else, if you go to the Fresh Produce, what happens? They've got what you call agents. Now, how they operate, you bring your veggies. Pretoria they open in the afternoon from 5 till tomorrow morning at 3 for farmers to bring. And the market opens at 4
everybody buys. Now, if you don't have a good agent, what they'll do as a small scale farmer producing good vegetables, they don't sell yours, they sell profs, and tomorrow they tell you yours. It's like you substitute prof because prof is a bigger farmer. Now we need to, if you look at that study by Dr. Sidutla, is saying, let us get more black people becoming agents in this forest so that you can protect your own farmers to bring. I mean, we had a case in Zululand where the municipality opened a fresh produce market. You know the story at Mpangen if you come from Zululand. But you know what happened? They opened a fresh produce market, but there were no farmers. In Mpangen, they built a nice big fresh produce, but no farmers. You see? Now we need to build a pool of farmers, and then there's a market. But I can guarantee you, the fresh produce, the feeding scheme is a big market for anybody. It's a 10 billion rand expenditure per year for the National Department of Basic Education. Now, if you go to the district office, they can assist. And they'll buy direct from, they can come every day because they cook every day, and veggies are 3 month cycle. You can check your area. Firstly, do what? Do a soil test, so that you know on your land what is in there in terms of nutrients, and when you plant what can survive. And the best part I can tell you, don't plant veggies using rainfall. Do drip irrigation, put your reservoirs so that you can plant for the whole year. Otherwise, you wait for the rainfall, it never comes, and then your veggies will die.
We are learning today, we are learning. Yes, another burning question and comment.
Yes, Professor, and my head of department, Professor Hlongwane. You know, colleagues, there's a gentleman here who's about to publish a book. He's here, is Dr. Yegan, is there, on the politics of food security among the small-scale farmers. It's going to be published by Thailand Francis. And apart, I fully concur with what you are saying, but there are also other dimensions regarding the failure of these small-scale farmers. There are different actors, government, non-profit organizations, politicians, and in that value chain, there's too much corruption. Government is investing millions, if not billions, to small-scale farmers, but the beneficiaries are not legitimate farmers, are illegitimate small-scale farmers. Municipal officials, they are incompetent as well as their political masters when it comes to small-scale farming and food security. Understanding on small-scale farming and food security, food insecurity is a problem in South Africa. The government's failure to develop a system to work with commercial farmers to support small-scale farmers and compromise this so-called land reform. Because this willing buyer, willing seller, it failed dismally. Government must come up with a certain model to reward those commercial farmers, who are assisting the small-scale farmers to be productive, to be access to market locally and internationally. So that book, colleagues, you can buy it. That guy, very black one, is very black, yes, but he's going to publish that book. It's an empirical book in South Africa, in different provinces. And again, challenges and success stories, it varies per province. Eastern Cape, they have their own unique challenges. KZN, they think they are gods, they own the land. What do you call this thing? The Ngonyama Trust. There are different dimensions around small-scale farming and food security. But at the center of this thing is our so-called ANC government. I thank you. May I pray that we close? I'm joking.
Thank you, Prof. Ngamo, for that comment. I don't know, do you want to reflect based on the comment that he made?
No, I could say I do appreciate, there's another study by, I forgot the lady at the University of Western Cape. Her PhD is on the, what do you call, the seeds, the cartels on the seeds for GM use. I forgot her name. It's a very good study looking at how Monsanto and other guys are controlling that, because our indigenous farming seeds were reproducing. Now they're bringing the GM so that they don't reproduce, so that every year you go and buy from Monsanto and all that. Yeah, I forgot her name, but you can Google the seed industry. Probably she's going to graduate very soon. It's a very interesting study that I also look at. Yes, yes. Yeah. Anything you eat, if there's no seeds, you know it's a GM food. It's a GMO.
Yeah, colleagues, this brings us to, oh, one more. But this is the last hand, colleagues, and then one more comment. Listen to this one.
Thank you, Chair. I find this debate very interesting. I have published a paper on the supermarket expansion in Southern Africa. You see, the indigenous producers continue to have problems on the basis of the checklists that they are presented with, so that they gain access to the market. Now, they have a long checklist. The more you cancel X, then you are declared, we can't take your produce. There are producers that have experienced that and they've given up. Your simple eggs to find their way into Woolworth is a serious struggle, let alone milk. It's very difficult. So, where do you produce this? Under what circumstances? Do you have the veterinary? Who checks your crops? What are the common pests? How have you dealt with the pests? All those, what is your preservation? How do you process it before it reaches us? All these are so technically heavy, such that the ordinary person in the rural areas producing will find themselves having more X's than ticks. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Colleagues, I'm not going to request any further comment or question. I must appreciate all the presenters who presented in this session, and I think they deserve a round of applause, colleagues, in closing. And this brings us to the end of our session. Thank you very much, colleagues.